It's a tough tournament mentally, physically. It's a test of endurance and stamina. When the snooker's on, you definitely start feeling the pressure. You feel like you've got 980 people breathing down your neck, you know. The standard, the quality, the players coming through, it's tough. You either sink or swim there, there's no in between.
The World Snooker Championship live on Eurosport, with every shot live and on demand on Discovery+.
Doesn't that make the hairs on the back of your neck stand to attention? The big one at the Crucible is just a couple of days away, and there are 7 spots left up for grabs. That was the view an hour or two ago at the English Institute of Sport. They say the sun always shines on the righteous. Well, who will be basking in Judgement Day glory by the end of this evening? Ryan Day is already there. He had a tournament high break of 1-4-6 before poor old Scott Donaldson had to pull out. Dave Gilbert's still smiling. He's in the lead. Ben Williams, Leo Scullion going well. The referee's doing a fantastic job. Jackson Page is under a little bit of pressure. Hussein Vafaei playing some superb snooker earlier this afternoon to carve out a lead. Ryan Day is already through to Judgement Day. Oh, sorry, to the draw tomorrow. It's come through 4-0 and 10-0 at poor old Scott Donaldson pulling out. But it's been a wonderful afternoon of snooker, and we're all set for a scintillating night. A magnificent 7 spots still up for grabs. Remember, the draw is live tomorrow on 5 Live at 25-9. Elliot Slessor has played brilliant snooker. Jimmy Robertson has carved out a decent lead over the Sheriff of Pottingham. But can Anthony Hamilton, the 51-year-old, drag him back into a real duel late into the night? Nothing to separate Hang Jung-soo and Su Se. So a great night in prospect. I'm joined by Ken Doherty. Ken, commiserations to Scott Donaldson having to bow out 4-0 down. Ryan Day cut a somewhat bemused figure when we spoke to him afterwards. But what a 1-4-6. I tell you what, unless we get a moment of perfection with a max, because that's such an unusual break, Ryan Day's got one hand on the 15 grand high break prize, surely.
Well, that might cheer him up a little bit, and he's qualified for the Crucible as well. Sorry, Ryan, if you're watching. But yeah, I must say, look, a word for Scott Donaldson. He must be absolutely devastated. I know he was quite tearful backstage, and he's every right to be, you know. Unfortunately, he just wasn't feeling great. Some after effects, maybe from the vaccine or whatever it might have been, but he couldn't continue, and that is devastating for a snooker player. You know, you're so close, you know, to the Crucible. He's won a couple of matches. He's playing good, but it's just unfortunately, he just wasn't able to play with his ailment, and it's a devastating. It must be for him personally, you know, because you work all year, you know, for your season, but also to build up to this match and build up to the, you know, the chance of actually playing at the Crucible. So, big sorrow for Scott Donaldson, because he's a lovely lad as well, you know.
He is a great guy. I saw him in the hotel this morning and wished him well, gave him a little wave, tried not to get too much inside his headspace, but hopefully he'll bounce back over the summer. Ryan Day is in tomorrow's draw. So here's a quick clarification as to the scores. Dave Gilbert 6-3 up on Matthew Stevens. Matthew Stevens has played some good snooker in that match, but Gilbert now surely the favourite. Ken, Elliot Slessor 7-1 up. They got pulled off a frame early. What a brilliant performance this is turning out to be against Zhao Yulong. You can't see Elliot losing if he plays anywhere near as well as he did to create that 6-frame advantage.
No, fantastic session of snooker. And you know, before this morning's play, I told you I had a little sneaky feeling about Elliot Slessor. I knew Zhao Yulong was obviously favourite, but I just had a little sneaky feeling the way he was playing. I didn't expect him to have a 7-1 lead. I thought it'd be a lot closer, but he played magnificently. He won some close frames, and he won some good frames with some decent breaks as well. So, yeah, great value for Elliot Slessor, 7-1. a huge sort of mountain to climb for Zhou Yulong. I wouldn't put it past him, but it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, this first frame is surely a must-win for him. Hussein Vafaei 6-3 up against Jackson Page. Massive last frame of the session this afternoon for Jackson to just pull himself back to within 3. Jimmy Robertson has worked very, very hard for a 6-2 lead over the Sheriff, but don't rule out the Sheriff slowing things down and drawing on all those years of experience. 51 of them in terms of how long he's been on the planet. Ryan Day, for all the reasons we've already spoken about, you know, a sad way for Scott to bow out, but Ryan is back at the Crucible for the first time in 5 years. Nothing to separate Pang Jung-Soo and Xu Si. They got pulled off a frame early. Joe Perry and Mark Davis, the battler from Hastings, is back in this one, Ken. Yeah. Don't rule him out.
No, and Joe Perry was leading 5-2 at one stage there, so good last couple of frames from Mark Davis. That one has all the hallmarks of going very, very close indeed. You know, 10-8, 10-9 either way, as indeed does that Pang Jung-Soo and Zhu Si as well. That looks a really, really tight match as well. But yeah, the two old stagers, Perry and Davis, really having a slugfest out there.
They are. Perry made his debut in 99. Davis made his debut in 94. Huge amount of experience between them. David Amazing Grace is 4 frames away from a second appearance at the Crucible. Andrew Higginson, of course, trying to regain his place as a pro, just about hanging on in that one. Right, before we hand to Dave Hendon in the commentary box, I wonder whether you entered our competition. The deadline was 10 o'clock this morning. We set you the task of trying to work out who was going to win all 8 matches. We asked Ken the question. Let's have a quick recap on how your predictions are panning out, Ken, to see where you are in terms of your top 8. They are coming. So these were your predictions. Well, Stevens has got a little bit of work to do to come back. Yes, you're well on course with Slessor 7-1 up, and with Hussein, and with Jimmy. Hey, you're potentially on fire at the moment. Higginson needs to have a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, I know. I backed Higginson here just because of the story alone. I knew David Grace was the favourite, obviously, but just the story alone, I just thought it was a fairy tale that it might come true for Andrew Higginson, but he has it all to do. He looked a little bit nervous. Maybe the weight of that 2-year card waiting and the Crucible was maybe too much, and maybe, you know, tonight he might be able to play a little bit better.
Okay, those are Ken's predictions. There is huge drama at stake. There are 7 places left in tomorrow's live draw for the big one, 10 o'clock, Saturday morning. Ronnie O'Sullivan will be walking down the stairs as world number 1 and the defending world champion. Could one of tonight's 7 winners be walking out just in front of him? All to play for tonight. Dave Hendon is in the commentary box. Dave, tonight, for 7 players, the English Institute of Sport becomes the arena of dreams. Who's going to take it?
Thanks, Rob. We will find out over the course of the next few hours, and we're going to start with Elliot Slessor, who at the moment on paper may well be our first winner, unless, of course, there's a comeback, which can happen, that does happen in these long matches. But 7-1, great start for Elliot Slessor against Zhou Yulong, highly fancied player himself. Slessor's had breaks of 60, 73, 135, 58, 80. So he also stole quite a close opening frame, which actually did set the tone for that match. He's got to get 3 more, and he's got to keep his positive attitude. He's been really calm and measured so far, but I guess if the pressure's going to come on, it's going to be in this final session. If Zhou Yulong can get him under some pressure by making a recovery, it's all on Zhou's shoulders really in these early frames. Got to do some damage before the interval.
Yeah, and it's one of those leads, isn't it? I mean, you sort of feel to yourself, well, I can only lose it here. I mean, Zhou Yulong has got to play really at the top of his game, and he's got to hope that Elliot sees the winning line very early and sort of, you know, balks at it. But I'm not too sure. 7-1, it's a huge deficit to come back from. 3 frames needed for Slessor. He's basically got to beat Slessor 9-2. And that's going to be very difficult, particularly the way Elliot has played in that first session.
Yeah, an exciting evening. We had great drama last night. Of course, a couple of 10-9s. We had debutants. We had black ball finished, Noppin Sengam and Zhang Anda. So may well be more of the same in the course of the next few hours. So that's just setting up that match. But table 1 as well, of course, fascinating battle this. Dave Gilbert and Matthew Stevens. Gilbert 6-3 up. So in early control, but Matthew Stevens has all the experience in the world in these long matches.
Yeah, he loves it. Yeah. And, you know, there'll be no panic buttons pressed by Matthew Stevens. Loads of experience in these best of 19s. He knows, though, he needs a good start. You know, he's got to win 3 of these first 4 frames, I think, to give himself a chance. If the frames are shared, you know, 8-5, he's got to beat his opponent 5-1 in the remaining frames. That would be very, very difficult. So if he gets a fast start, puts a bit of pressure under his opponent, you just never know what can happen. And he's overrun that, though. He won't be happy with that positional shot. A huge margin of error. Put the cue ball into, and he's still got this red into the left centre, but could have been an easier one than this. This will be a good test. There you see the angle, so he's got to come off the side cushion, get top side of the blue. Ah, beautifully cued. Lovely shot. And those little shots like that, sort of, when you get them nice and early in you come back, they sort of set you up nicely, give you a little bit of confidence that you're cueing nice and freely.
So that's just setting up table 1. Now table 2, it always looked an attractive match, Hussein Vafaei and Jackson Page, and of course Page here, he's trying to fight back, and look at this already. He's looking good to win the opening frame of the night, and he's the sort of player, he can win frames so quickly, he can really frighten you.
Well, I mean, the pace at which these two guys played the first 9 frames were like frightening. I mean, they were finished before some of the guys that even, I don't know, played 5 frames, 4 frames even. It was at a blistering pace. It was like they had to pay for the light or something like that, you know. It seemed like that, didn't it?
Well, it's a great start. He needed to make a good start, and he needs this red, and it'll be 6-4. And as I say, he can win frames so quickly.
Yeah. He's queuing really well. I mean, that last frame, 6-2, he won it with a nice break. It just gave him that glimmer of a chance tonight. And needs a good start, and this is a good start from Jackson Page.
Yeah, he's won that frame, so 6-4 to Vafaei. We want to get across as much of the action as we can for you. And table 4, this is a really interesting one. 2 veterans, of course, Joe Perry and Mark Davis. Huge match for Davis. If he loses, he'll have to go to Q School to try and get his card back and be relegated from the tour after 32 years. Joe Perry's a great friend of his, but of course he wants to get back to the Crucible for the first time in 4 years.
Well, I don't know whether that truck was reversing into the arena or out of the arena, but it's quite noisy.
That's all the money they're paying you, Ken. They need to get it in a truck.
Yeah. It's probably your wages, Dave. They pay me heads or tails.
Well, Joe Perry, all his experience, just took a moment. He's, as you see, 5-4 up as they resume. It was 5-2, so Mark Davies closed the gap at the halfway stage.
Oh, he's tried to clip those 2 reds just above the pink, and he's missed them. Now, can he keep the break going? He's got to play for the red just behind the green, into the same pocket as the yellow. Yeah, good shot. Just off the cushion enough. 28 points in the lead. He's still gonna. Well, he might need 3 of these reds if he takes a low value colour with this red. Oh, no.
So, Joe Perry's broken down. Let's go to table 8, Andrew Higginson and David Grace. Of course, Andrew Higginson playing under amateur status. If he qualifies for the Crucible, he gets a 2-year card. He's well in front in this frame. David Grace 6-3 overall in the match. In fact, he does need snookers here. So Andrew Higginson looking good for 6-4. Of course, the players have had a couple of hours or so to just collect their thoughts, try and get ready for this final session. Big session of snooker. And then we'll have our 32 players for the draw tomorrow.
Quite exciting as well, isn't it? Going into that draw. See who the top 16 are going to get in the first round. Tell you what, it's come around pretty quick as well. I mean, it starts Saturday. Where's that year gone?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like yesterday
No.
since O'Sullivan was hugging Judd Trump for dear life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It almost seemed like he hugged him for about a year there, didn't he, at the end of the match?
So Grace needs snookers there. It's looking like 6-4. Now we left Jackson Page at the table, and this is what he has gone on to do. This is some statement, isn't it? First frame.
Great start.
Exactly what you need. Not just to win it, but to win it like this.
Yeah. And it shows a bit of character as well, doesn't it? You know?
99.
Made his debut last year at the Crucible, beat Barry Hawkins, lost to Mark Williams. This first century, number 124 in the qualifiers. All the players delivering a high standard, aren't they? 6-4, very interesting that. As indeed is table 1, where Matthew Stevens is trying to do the same. He's trying to come back. He's 6-3 down. This is the position. He's 48 behind. Gilbert at the table, and Dave Gilbert in with a great red. It's already a terrific session. We've only been going about 15 minutes, but lots happening already. Just to confirm, Higginson has won that frame on table 8, so it is 6-4 to David Grace. And we will be checking your tweets as ever. You can message us. I'm at Dave Hendon. Ken is at Ken Doherty 1997. Rob is at Rob Walker TV, and you can contact World Snooker Tour at WRWST. Any questions, queries, whatever you want, let us know. What matches would you like to see come out the draw?
Yeah. Yeah, there's this red left to the black. Does it pass the black into the right corner? I'm not quite sure it does. It could play on the red that's close to the left cushion. Try and get in behind it. .40 points behind, so he's gonna need, yeah, he's played on the loose red. Now, if the black pots into the right corner pocket, he could drop this red in, get a nice angle on the black, and pot the black and knock the red towards the left corner. So that may be his sort of process of how he's going to go through this break. Well, maybe not. He's digging down on the cue ball, but it looks to me like the black does pot into the right corner. Well, you got to pot the red first. So, well, 35 in front. Matthew Stevens, 1 red required. He won't be taking this red obviously on. He's trying to get the cue ball up behind the green and brown. Preferably behind the green, I would say. Oh, he's hit that very hard. What was he doing there? He's got lucky.
Yeah, it's a slightly nervy start. We can, I think, just go over to table 5 and show you Zhou Yulong. Of course, he really does need to recover. He's in front in this 9th frame, trailing 7-1. There's not a lot of margin for error for him tonight. Got to play better, simple as that. And also, I guess, hope that if he does put pressure on Elliot Slessor, that he will start to feel it. .58 the lead, so 64 with the pink. This is, yeah, just checking the scores. This is effectively frame ball. 2 snookers needed if he pots it. And he has done. So, well, you've got to start somewhere, and you've got to start with the first frame. It looks like he's won it.
Yeah, I remember a very funny story, and there was many that involved Willie Thorne. He was playing in the UK Championship, and he was playing Drew Henry, and he was 7-1 up, first to 9. And I think Alan Hughes, the MC at the time, said to Willie, he says, you're going to have to, you know, scrape Drew Henry off the table tonight. And Willie looked at his watch. It was 7 o'clock start, coming back. And he says, well, he's got an hour. He says, because I booked the table at 8. Anyway, he was 7-1 up, Willie. He ended up losing 9-8. He was there till about 12.
The thing is, he said it in front of pretty much everybody.
yeah.
This is table 7. Pang, Zhengzhou and Xu Se were guaranteed a debutant. Whoever wins 4-4. They were taken off the frame early, and Pang just about to win the opening frame.
But that was Willie, wasn't he? Great character.
The thing about Willie, you know, he was a terrific player, obviously, but there's so many stories, and that's how he will live on in the memories of snooker fans and the guys like yourself. Just so many stories.
So very funny. Very funny indeed.
So that frame goes to Pang. 5-4.
It's a right tussle, isn't it, between those two? Now, let's have a look at Hussein. He's got to respond. Doesn't want to let his opponent get on any little sort of mini run. It's been a very open game, hasn't it, between the two? I mean, already halfway through this frame, and it looks like we've only just racked up the balls from the previous frame a couple of minutes ago. So they really are flying, these two. Yeah, this would be an interesting shot. Does he play for the loose reds, or does he go into the pack? He's got a lovely opportunity just to brush off the left-hand side of the reds. Doesn't need a heavy contact on them, just a little brush off them, and that should split the 4 of them up. Yeah, just that little brush, because he's always got the red into the right centre. And just have a look at the way he's played that. Beautiful little delicate touch.
Yeah, the average shot times in this match, Jackson Page just under 19 seconds and Vafaei just over 21. So, you know, it's been played at a fair old lick.
Yeah, when you consider, well, Hamilton was playing at, what, 38 seconds? That's twice as much time as Jackson Page per shot. Like, that's quite considerable. It gives you an idea of the pace these lads are playing at.
Just to say, Page won the last frame of the afternoon with a 92, the first, as we saw, with a century, 106. So, you know, he's come back strongly. Vafaei looking to kind of respond in kind here. His highest break so far, 91 in frame 8.
Didn't get the bounce off the cushion he would have wanted. Wanted to be closer to one of these reds. Playing it into the right centre. Up for blue or pink. He's overrun it, but he's okay. Plenty of choices up that end of the table. The red on the extreme right of the tree is potable into the left corner. He's just making sure of that. Which should, anywhere down the right hand side of the table past the blue with the cue ball, should be okay. And that looks pretty good. And when he pots this, of course, it will release the two reds to the left of it into the right corner. 45, 11-point lead. So if he goes up for blue here, he's going to need 4 reds. It's wiggled in. Has he got top side of the blue? Oh, he'd be very disappointed. Shake of the head. Just wanted that cue ball to run another couple of inches.
Just a reminder, it's just 7 tables tonight because Ryan Day is already through. Scott Donaldson, sadly, he had to withdraw after 4 frames. So Ryan Day had a much earlier finish than expected. He started with a 1-4-6, so he was playing well also. Highest break of the championship thus far. So can he keep the break going here? It's up to 51-17 in front. Very confidently struck that, wasn't it? That's a good sign for Vafaei supporters.
Yeah, it was. Right into the back of the pocket.
Yeah, there's no problem taking. Well, he might be a little bit straight on the pink, is he? Maybe come off the cushion. That's the left-hand side. No, it's a very good shot, that. He's got to cue that well, and he has done.
58.
24. Quick look at the scoreboard. Red, colour red. There's plenty of room where the red is, the one that's left of the pink. Plenty of room behind it. Oh, this has gone close to the middle.
59.
So in his blue and red for 7-4. Nothing safe, is there? You know, this red
64.
could decide the frame one way or another. Yeah, if he gets this, well, it's frame ball, isn't it? 30 points ahead. Bit of a stretch. Well played. This is a good break, this. Yeah, not least because of the way Page started with that century. So Hussein Vafaei has answered the call. Yeah, he's won the frame for sure. So we can move on and we'll see how the veterans are doing. Joe Perry, Mark Davis, this is the position. Now is he on this green? No, not to pot it, Mark Davis. Nervy start, 3 points in it on the green. Just what we like. yeah. It's interesting though about the sort of the fact they're good friends, because actually the previous record between them is 12-2 to Perry, so he hasn't had any problems playing him before, put it that way. He's got to be careful here, Joe. If he tries to knock the green around the table and try and get it back to the ball, the black is in the way, the pink is in the way. I don't think that shot is on, so he might have to come up with something else. Well, it was on. He just managed to miss the black, and he's got a great shot. I mean, that is a fantastic shot. I thought the green was the natural angle to go into the black, but he just got enough of it just to miss the black, and he's got a good snooker. Excellent shot. Just to say, Vafaei's break ended at 84, so a decisive contribution to lead 7-4. No, good hit. Mark Davis will be happy with that, and he's got it safe. What these two have in abundance is tablecraft, of course, all the experience they've had over the years. I mean, Joe Perry is one of the class in 92, actually. He turned pro year after Mark Davis, 91. So a bit of cat and mouse on that table, but we can go to table 8. Andrew Higginson, of course, former professional, trying to get back on tour. He will do if he wins this match, and he's won the first frame. So 6-4 to David Grace. Higginson last played at the Crucible 2012. Yeah, he was a little bit sort of tight in this morning's session, which is understandable. A lot at stake for Andrew, but I thought maybe just the fact that he was still in it, you know, even at 6-3, maybe he would sort of learn from that this morning and just free up his arm and just let it go, not be so tense. Easier said than done, of course. Won't be happy with that. Wanted to be top side of the blue. I'm not quite sure whether there's a red on here. He might have to go into the pack here. Yeah. Maybe should have stayed on the black off the previous red. So break comes to an end. Let's go back to table 1, where it's Matthew Stevens, Dave Gilbert. They're still in that frame. Gilbert's trying to get a snooker. Well, he now needs 2, actually. 30 behind on the green. Well, he's looking to pot green and brown there, I think, and maybe take it down even to the pink and black, or certainly the blue, but he's left the green on, so Matthew's just got to pot this. Okay, well, it's going to be Matthew's going to win that frame, so 6-4. Let's go back to Perry and Davis. Chance for Mark Davis here on the green.
Oh, he's a long way away from that, wasn't he? There's going to be lots of shots like that throughout this match for sure, particularly from distance. I don't think this is hard enough, unless he has it for the middle pocket. No, he's playing on the brown for the green pocket, but just both players just seem to. They're not letting the cue go, not getting through the cue ball, coming up short with their positional shots. But he can get out of it here. One good pot. Natural angle of the cue ball around the angles for the blue. Good shot.
Just checking the scores. The blue puts him 15 in front with 13 on. Very dramatic start to the evening.
Right, let's go over, have a look at table 7. This is another right tussle between 2 practice partners at Ding Junhui Academy. Pang has won the first frame. Just wrong side of the blue this time, so I have to take a red from mid-distance.
Yeah, he'll be I mean, at the start of play today, he would have been the favourite. He's been in the final this season, but it's uncharted territory for both, of course. So they're both trying to break their duck and qualify for the first time. Ah, well, and the black going over the pocket doesn't help this frame. So we're going to, again, just try and cover all the best of the action as we can. And this is table 5. Elliot Slessor, 7-1 if he was. Zhou Yulong won the first. Slessor in the second of the night. Played at the Crucible 3 years ago. In COVID times, there was no audience. So it was a bit of a weird debut. He'd love to walk out with the crowd and the intro music and all that stuff. Rob Walker giving it the big one. That's what it's all about, the atmosphere and just being able to strut your stuff, because a lot of these guys play all year, quite anonymously sometimes in qualifiers. If you're at the Crucible, it's like you've proven you're a snooker.
Yeah. And it must have been a terrible anticlimax as well for those lads that qualified that year during COVID. No crowds allowed in. Yeah, it must have been really hard. Although we had some great matches, in all fairness, during that championships. But for the lads who were there for the first time, it would have been a huge anticlimax for them. Slessor trying to get there for the second time, and of course, in front of a crowd this time, it would be different scenario for him completely. He'll really enjoy it, I'm sure. But he's still got a bit of work to do here. He's played so well today. He really has. Came through that titanic match in the previous round against Liam Highfield.
Yeah, coming in, he'd actually won his only 2 meetings with Zhou Yilong, so that's just a little bit of something to hold on to before the match began, that he'd beaten him twice. But what I've been impressed by is his attitude, because a lot can go wrong in a long match, and he, at times in the past, has let things get to him. That's not happened at all today.
No. I think he's been, you know, he's kept his composure completely. So he's almost at the winning line. 25 ahead. So he needs... He's going to need 2 reds and 2 colours. He's just been very solid, hasn't he? And he's been really, really solid. Ooh, wrong angle on the black. We may have to take the pink into the middle. Could play the black and screw it off the cushion and try and promote the red off the cushion into better position, but now the pink it is. Frame ball, basically, if he gets this and gets on the red nicely. And being a left-hander, that's not too bad. Can stretch over for it. He's got to give this a little due care and attention. He's coming around to have a look at the angle. 32 points in the lead, so he needs red, and I'd like to get at least the pink or the black even here. Black would be ideal, because that would put him 40 ahead, which means his opponent would need 2 snookers. Good shot.
Yeah, very impressive this, because of course Zhou Yilong won the first, and you know, doubts can gather in your mind even with a big lead, but that's not happened for Slesser. He's just on the front foot here, looking to get this wrapped up as quickly as he can and book himself a place in that draw in the morning. So that frame is going to be his guaranteed. 8-2, just 2 away from qualifying for the Crucible for the 2nd time in his career. Now then, we were with table 1 earlier on. This is into frame 11 now, 6-4. Of course, Stevens won that first frame. Well, you see little bits of luck, and that's a big fluke for Matthew. Little bits of luck like that can make a massive difference if he goes on from it to make something.
Yeah, when you're Dave Gilbert, you're sitting in your chair, look. He's nicely on the yellow here. Okay, it's missable yellow, but he's going to take it on. He has to take it on. Natural path of the cue ball down towards the reds. He just concentrate on the pot here. Has to be on a red. And it'll be a great chance. Yeah, straight in. Has to be on a red here. And what a chance. And it's frames like this, you know, little things like that, as you mentioned, can change matches, but also it can change how your opponent is feeling as well, you know, because he can get a bit down in the dumps for himself.
Well, let's be honest, there are players, many players, who are convinced that they never get any luck and their opponents get it all. And if you start to think like that, things will start going wrong. You almost sort of manifest it. So Matthew's in. We'll let you know how he gets on. But we haven't seen table 6 yet, so we must have a look at that. Anthony Hamilton and Jimmy Robertson. Here we go. And it's 7-2 to Robertson, so he's won the first of the night, and he's got a good chance, you've got to say here, potentially to win the second. The yellow's a bit awkward. I thought he got a kick there. Jimmy Robertson does not want to get dragged into a grind. It's been a tough match already. Of course, only played the 8 frames this afternoon. He's looking, though, to pull away here.
Yeah, in fact, I've noticed a few kicks on this table. I don't know what chalk these lads are using, and whether they use the tame chalk, but it would not surprise me if one of these lads are using the triangle chalk, because I've seen quite a few kicks on this table from this morning. And there's another heavy contact that Jimmy Robertson just got there now.
Just to say, Pang Junxiu has won that 10th frame against Xu Ze, so it's going to be 6-4 to Pang.
Oh, good pot. Yeah, this is where the difficulty starts. I'll try and swing the cue ball off this top cushion. Might try and knock one of these reds out. Now he's going to try and get in behind the two of them. Yeah, that's not bad.
40.
Very good shot and a nice angle on the pink as well. Big moments here in this frame, and indeed in the match, if you can snatch this from Anthony Hamilton's grasp. Hamilton was in, Mr. Black off the spot. Oh, well, that's not good. We've got into the cue ball way too much there. A little bit of adrenaline there, David, I think, in the back arm. What do you think? I mean, he's overscrewed that by at least 12 or 18 inches.
Well, this is the thing. 7-2, yeah, great lead, but you're thinking if I could almost sort of get the match won in the next couple of frames, and that's adding a little bit of tension in the arm, maybe. So suddenly, it's a big rest shot on this red.
Low percentage shot, this. But he's got it. Excellent rest shot, because that was the wrong angle. He was screwing. You have to use the cushion. Everything was against him there. But he's played it beautifully now. And it gets on the yellow here. Anywhere on the yellow. Anywhere on the yellow here, but not straight. Just needs a little bounce off that ball cushion. Just missed the brown. This looks pretty good. Now, don't be straight, and it's perfect. And that looks absolutely perfect. Great shot, that. Beautiful pace.
Yeah, we just lost the score graphic, but he's 11 in front here. So, yellow, green and brown for an 8-2 lead. Taking these really well.
He's played really well today, hasn't he, Jimmy Robertson? He looks very confident. You know, he's gone for his shots. Stole a couple of frames. Of course, he won that frame where he needed a snooker on the blue, pink and black. That was to go 3-1 up, and that was the sort of the beginning of the little run for him. But he's kept the pressure on, and this is another wonderful break. I mean, when he came to the table, he had quite a lot of work to do, but that's to put Anthony Hamilton needing a snooker, and this will make sure of it. It's 8-2.
Very impressive break this. He had to get over a couple of hurdles, and he's done that. So 8-2, and we go to table one. Now, we saw the fluke from Matthew Stevens. There's the break, 77, so he's going to win the frame off it. We've got a slight issue with graphics at the moment, which we're looking to resolve, but it just shows you, I mean, 40 years ago, Cliff Thorburn, fluke to red, made a maximum, and we still talk about it. Matthew Stevens, maybe he's not going to be as memorable historically, but for him, it could be very significant, the red he fluked, because he's grasped the luck as it came along and won the frame.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's the key thing, isn't it? It's not the fluke itself, but it's what you make of it. And, I mean, it's always nice to get a little bit of luck. And he's definitely made the most of it in this one, and he's cut the deficit. Okay, the red hasn't got in. But still a wonderful break from Matthew Stevens there. And 6-5. Well, we have a game on.
Game on. OK, now, of course, one of the form players of the season is Sean Murphy. He's won the Players and Tour Championship. The great breakthrough for him, of course, came in 2005 when he became only the second qualifier to win the World Championship. We caught up with Sean shortly before the championship.
I remember the last two frames very, very clearly. I don't remember much of the match at all to that point. I remember being far too nervous to hold the cue to start with. I remember there was a big turning point in the third session where Matthew was streaking ahead. He chose to play a shot left-handed rather than use the rest, and that did turn the game, there's no question. And then, of course, in the evening session, the final session, it was the final embassy. They had all the past winners there for the procession. And that, for me, that was like being amongst gods. you know, that these people were the people I dreamt of meeting, not competing in front of. And so to be there and share the stage with them was almost a step too far for me. I found that very, very difficult to handle. But I just managed to hold on to my composure long enough to get to that stage. And then in the last couple of frames, I think I won the penultimate frame with one visit. And I remember as the referee, Arian Williams, was re-racking the balls for the start of what turned out to be the last frame. A voice in my head said, "You better win this match here, because if it goes to a deciding frame, I don't think I can handle this." And of course, Matthew was in first, he missed, and I did step in with a match and frame winning break.
64 to leave Matthew needing a snooker. Incredible.
And what was it like after that? I suppose all of a sudden you've gone from being a rank outsider and qualifier to being the centre of the snooker world and all the attention on you. How was the evening after that? How were the months that followed and the attention that came with it?
No, it was crazy, completely, you know, unprepared for it. You know, there are books in every bookshop and online of how to cope with failure. There aren't many books out there to teach you how to cope with success. And I found that very, very difficult to adjust to, going to the local shop, being recognised at the petrol station, filling the car up, being asked for an autograph, not being able to do simple things like go out for dinners and meals without being, asked for all these things, which is perfectly normal. Like that's what happens when people. There's no problem with that. But it was a real jump into the deep end. I wasn't ready for it at all, despite having gone through the Young Players of Distinction scheme with World Snooker as a 19-year-old. Despite all that teaching and education I had on that stuff, I just wasn't ready for it. I look back at some of the things I said at the time. I cringe. I look back and go, "Oh, don't say that and don't do this." But the ignorance of youth. I really didn't know some of the things I was saying. I regret a lot of those things, but it was all new to me. And at 22, I was really just a kid.
I remember speaking to Phil Yates ahead of the match, and we were just doing a normal preview by the table, talking about what the final was going to be like. And I said to him, "Do you think Judd would feel like he's got a little bit of a monkey off his back if he wins this final and becomes a world champion at last?" And he came out with a classic Yates comment. He said, "It's not just a monkey, it's a silverback gorilla." And then he sort of burst out into laughter. Were you conscious of the fact that, bearing in mind how much you'd won at that stage, you hadn't got over the line in the biggest one of all? Was that in your thoughts at all, or were you just fully focused on the match itself?
No, I was just fully focused. I think now, when I look back, it was a massive thing to win that title. I think it didn't really sink in, but I mean, you're always going to get the questions: is he ever going to win it? It's been however long since he's been in the final, and that kind of thing. So it was obviously nice to be back in the final, but I think maybe just the determination in that game. I just was not going to lose. And it was kind of just ingrained from the very start of the game that I would do anything that I had to do to win. And luckily for me, I bought my best game from the very start, from the get-go. Without trying to sound cocky or arrogant, there was something in me in that game. I knew I wasn't going to miss. I knew every time I got to the table I was going to pop one and clear up, every single time. It didn't matter how long the game would have gone on for. If it had gone for 10 days, it would have been the same outcome. There was just something inside me that I wasn't willing to give that one away. And yeah, it was an incredible feeling, a feeling that I'll never forget. And in the end, I can remember being, I think it was 16-9 up, or 16-8 up, and coming back for the last two frames, and I knew I was going to play well again. It was such an incredible feeling that I was able just to take everything in as well. So in games or big tournaments since, I've it's just not very often you can do that, and I think any top player can vouch for that. It's not often you can just go out there and enjoy it, but strange feeling. I knew how well I was playing, and I could really look around and take everything in at the same time.
Sean Murphy and Judd Trump ahead of the World Championship. They'll find out tomorrow who they're going to play. We've had a few technical gremlins, I'm not going to lie to you, which is why we showed you those interviews, but we can go back now to the live action. And this is table 8, David Grace 7-4 up on Andrew Higginson. So they've shared the first 2 frames this evening. David Grace qualified 6 years ago. Higginson, of course, as we keep saying, needs to win to get his tour card back. I thought David Grace played nicely actually in the first session. He looked quite in control of himself and would have been satisfied with the lead.
Yeah, definitely. And that was the last, that last frame was a big frame as well. 7-4. Andrew Higginson had a chance to close to 6-5. Grace back on the front foot now.
Just to say, Hussein Vafaei is 7-5 now over Jackson Page, who won frame 12. We will get across all the tables in due course. We're just sorting out a few issues.
It's quite interesting listening to the 2 guys, isn't it? You know, from different stories of how and when they won the World Championship, and the feeling as well, you know, that they got when they, you know, they reached the summit. It's almost like a surreal feeling, you know, because it's something that they would have dreamt of as kids. Like, I'm only talking from my own experience, you know, that you dream about, and then when it happens, it's sort of, yeah, it doesn't feel, you know, even though it's a wonderful feeling, you know, it's just, it's something that you couldn't wait to do, and when you do, it sort of, it takes a while for it to sink in, but it's, yeah, years of hard work and all your dreams and birthdays coming together at once.
Well, let's jump to Anthony Hamilton.
So look at this.
Wow.
Oh, table fitter won't be happy here. Watch the cloth. Ooh. Watch your trousers.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about his trouser cloth. I was talking about the bed cloth.
Well, that's the Sheriff. He's in big trouble, of course, against Jimmy Robertson, who is leading 8-2 there.
Yeah, Pang Zhongzhu has gone 6-4 up now as well against Xu Si. Starting to stretch out. Elliot Slesser has won the frame to go 8-2 eventually. Zhu Yulong played on, trying to get some snookers, didn't get them.
Okay, well, we're going to go back, I think, to table 8, where David Grace is still going here.
57 break. He's going to play the cue ball through the reds. Yeah. And he's played it very nice. Good shot, that. Lots of top spin. And that should, you know, win in the frame. Black and another red. Good response this from David Grace. Looks very, very calm.
Red then frame ball for an 8-4 lead. Well, from his perspective, what he didn't want to do is lose the mini session, and he's not done that because he's won 2 of the 3, so he's still in control of this match. I guess a century would really make him feel good at this stage where, you know, the pressure's going to come on at any point. It's going to be in this last session. Yeah, and also keep your opponent in that chair as long as possible. It's important, even, you know, just to try and keep the break going as long as you can. Don't miss any easy balls. Try and put all the balls if you can. It just gives you it's a nice stepping stone into the next frame. Didn't get the cannon correctly there, so gonna need a really good shot here to keep the break going and try and make a century. Not to be, but a good 96 that from David Grace to lead 8-4. So we can go to table 1 now. Dave Gilbert, Matthew Stevens. It was 6-3 to Gilbert. Stevens has won the first 2, helped by a fluke at the start of the last frame that he made a frame-winning break from. But Gilbert is on a frame-winning break of his own here. So he's just sort of holding back the tide, as it were. There is the break, 79, so it's going to be 7-5. And it's a good response, actually. You know, you've got to try and be as positive as you can. They call him the angry farmer, don't they? But you've got to try and keep cool in this particular environment. Yeah, apologies. We've got a few problems with the graphics, as you'll have noticed, so we're trying to resolve that. Well, it's certainly been a cultivated break, hasn't it, this one? Sorry, David. Come on, Ken, they're long days. Well, I could say he's ploughed his way through this break, but he hasn't. It's been very cultivated indeed. Bringing home the harvest in this frame. He done? Or no, it's a good break, this, because, as I say, lost the first 2. You know, you're just trying to keep that distance, and he's done that. He's got back to within 2 in front, with a big frame to come before the interval.
92.
Can he take the red off this side cushion and pot in this black? Just knock it over the middle pocket. No, he couldn't, but it's still okay. He'll settle for that. Can we have another century? Good response this from Gilbert. Particularly with the fluke and the frame winning break from his opponent. The comeback. This is good stuff. 7-5 it is. Lots more snooker to go in this match. One more frame before the mid-session interval. Must win, you would feel, for Matthew Stevens. Yeah, I'm going to take a short break, Rob, with you. It's all set up very interestingly. We've got a couple of one-sided matches, but, you know, you never know. They could turn around. Some close matches, as all these players look to put themselves into that draw in the morning.
112. 117. 123.
This has been a class break from Dave Gilbert. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Right, let's head over to table 2. Hussein Vafaei and Jackson Page. How's this going? 7-5. Oh, could be a little while this. The black is over the corner pocket. Might have a re-rack on this table. Go to table 5, because I think those two lads are going to be there for a while with the black over the left corner. Let's go and have a look over at table 5. Elliot Slesser against Xiao Yulong. Elliot Slesser back in again. 8-2 now. Trying to hold for the red into the left corner. It's okay. A little bit further than he would have liked with the cue ball.
14.
Yeah, good recovery. Now, may try and play into the pack here. Pink is away from the red, so it's a little bit difficult to try and hit the pink full ball and try and smash the reds. He really needs to pot the blue here. Just miss the pink on the left-hand side and try and go into those two reds just left of the bunch if he can. He's got to play this with a little bit of pace. Well, decided to avoid the pack of reds. He's still on this red though. He'll settle for that. Didn't think it was worth going into him, but once again, he's got to try and get on the pink or the blue here. Yeah. And you see, sometimes, you know, when you have the chance, and we were talking about that with Rob yesterday, when you have the chance to go into the pack, you should take it instead of trying to pick off reds. Because what's happened there now, he's tried to pick off the loose red, but the cue ball has gone too far and he's slightly out of position. He's got to play a really good positional shot to keep the break going, where he could have taken the chance to go into the pack and try and open some more reds, give himself some options. Well, this is a good recovery. He's cued this very well. So, okay. Hats off. Looks a bit straight on this red down the left-hand side. I'll just stick with this for the time being. Yeah, now this could be the key shot. He's getting the white cleaned. Not something you see very much now in the modern game, because a lot of the players are using this tame chalk, which of course doesn't stick on the cue ball. Now let's see, can he get into the cue ball enough to try and at least pop one red out of that little bunch? Taking his time. He's got into the cue ball, and is he on this red just left of the pink? I think he's okay, you know. Not a bad shot. Right, let's jump over to table 7. Pang Junxu against Zhu Se. Right old battle they're having. Pang Junxu has won the first 2 frames. 18 points behind. Red along the top cushion, holding for the black. Nicely played. Excellent shot. He's going to need, well, it's going to be some break to try and win the frame from this position. This black will put him 10 points behind, so red's on left and right side cushion. Not going to be easy. That's why he's tried to develop this red. Excellent shot or attempt, but hasn't knocked the red over the corner. Let's jump over to table 2, because Jackson Page and Hussein Vafaei are in a right old battle there. Let's see what's going on. It's getting very, very nervy over there. Both of them are playing wonderfully well. But have a look at the situation at the table. He's on a colour. He's just potted a red. 1 point in the lead. Last frame before the mid-session interval. These two players are playing at a very brisk pace indeed. But this is a very missable black. Didn't like it. I don't blame him. That was a tough black. It was the previous shot, the red that he potted. He didn't pot it cleanly. He went into another red and left himself too close to the cushion. So what can Hussein do? Scores all level, 32 points. May take the blue actually into the left middle pocket here. The red is waiting over the right middle, just needs to avoid the yellow on the way back. Just clipped the yellow, but it's okay. He's still on the red. It's been a fascinating battle, this, both of them. Knocking in breaks after breaks, not messing around. Jackson Page, you would feel that red that's just above the black, maybe might come to his rescue. Hussein needs that red off the cushion. And he has it. He's left himself purposely a nice angle. So when potting this red, he can knock the other red out into the open. But he's got to get the cue ball away from the cushion. He's got the cue ball away from the cushion and he's got the red out. That was a good shot. Oh, don't tell me he's knocked the plant on, has he? Possible plant. Well, that could be a bit of nice bit of fortune. I don't think it's dead set, but it certainly can be made. Jackson Page just having a little look. Well, they maybe didn't fancy the plant. Still needs 2 reds and 2 colours to win the frame and go into the mid-session interval with a 3-frame lead. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. But still, I wanted to be on this red. Sort of straight into the left centre. He has it up into the top left corner, the yellow pocket. He's having a look at the scoreboard, 25. So he needs red and the colour. He's going to play it into the yellow pocket. No. Well. I fancied him for that red, but just knowing that was frame ball, it just added that little bit of pressure. I think we'll stay with this because anything could happen here. It's such an important frame for both players. Bad miss from Jackson Page. He could be in a lot of trouble here. Snooker behind the yellow. Yeah, big trouble. So this is going to be not only difficult to hit, but to keep safe as well. So we'll just stay with this just to see if he can hit it. He could come off. Ball cushion. Right hand side cushion. Miss the middle pocket and try and nestle on the red. But, well, this is hard. Going to avoid the middle pocket here. Yeah, he had to avoid the middle pocket, and he's going to leave a free ball. But that's no good to Hussein. He'll be putting it back. Yeah, it's a free ball, but it's no good to him. I'd be putting it back here. 29 the difference, yeah. I mean, if he was on the green, or, you know, definitely take the free ball down, but no value for Hussein there. So 29. He's still got 2 more chances. Well, you see the degree of difficulty is so close to the yellow. Difficult to get a good strike on the cue ball. Once again, he's got to miss the middle pocket. Oh, looks close. Get out of the way, referee. You can't see. This time a free ball, but I don't think it will be going back this time. Or will it? Will he pot the blue? Yeah, take the blue on. Just gotta be careful. No, it's gone back, yeah. I think he's refusing the blue because the cue ball is going into the red. So last chance for Jackson Page to hit the red. No, no good. So that should be frame over. Okay, let's move around. Let's go to table 8. Andrew Higginson against David Grace. How's that going? Higginson is in. On a break of 88. I tell you, the boys have been serving up a right feast of snooker here in this match as well. I mean, David Grace, big break in the last frame, nearly a century. Great response from Andrew Higginson. And what a fairy tale it would be if he could win. Very difficult the way David Grace is playing, but he's putting up a great fight. And that's, come on, Red, get in there. Yeah, well played. Excellent shot. And he's on the blue. So another century here. And he will cut the deficit to just 3 again, but it's going to be David Grace who holds the advantage, 8-5. But great stuff this from Andrew Higginson. He's hanging on. Well played. Okay, now let's go back to table 7. We saw Pang Zhongxu and Zhu Si, right old tussle. Pang won the first couple of frames. And let's see what's going on now. 16 points in the lead. He needs yellow, green and brown. Needs to avoid the blue. He has done. Oh, lovely shot. Very, very good. Elliot Slessor has just gone 9-2 up on Zhu Yulong. Well, who would have predicted that scoreline? Fantastic performance so far from Elliot Slessor. Of course, the last time he qualified, it was during COVID. There was no crowds there. Bit of an anticlimax on your first time at the Crucible. He's going to need the extension here, Bang Shu. You know, it's quite difficult to get on this Brown. He's got to hit the cue ball. Either leave it on the balk line, or he's got to try and get the cue ball somewhere where it is now, just a little bit further up the table. He might just drop the green in and leave it on the... What's he doing? He might leave it on the balk line. Yeah. Oh, well, he's missed it. Tried to get the brown into the left middle. Now, what a chance for Juice to try and reduce the deficit here. Big frame. Mark Davis, Joe Perry, 6-all. Having a great match over there on table 4. We'll come to that very, very soon. We're going to see what happens here. Juice needs brown, blue, pink and black. Pretty good. Now, just got to get that cue ball just past the black for the pink into the yellow pocket. He could screw the blue in for the pink into the green pocket. But I'd like to play it for the yellow. Just avoid the black if he can. That's why he's missed it. Oh. Wow. That's just pressure. Blue required. And that should be frame. Okay, let's go over to table 6. Jimmy Robertson against Anthony Hamilton. 9-2. Jimmy Robertson has played ever so well in this match. Matthew Stevens on a break of 67. He's going to make it 7-6 as they go into their mid-session interval. Jimmy Robertson trying to close the match out here. Overrun the cue ball slightly. No, good recovery. No, well, didn't get the look of bringing a red into play, so that's end the break for Jimmy Robertson. We might come back to that shortly. Let's go over to that tussle we were talking about, Mark Davis and Joe Perry. It's 6-all, and Mark Davis at the table. It's on table 4. Let's have a look at that. He's left with a tricky red here, Mark Davis. Matthew Stevens has completed his break and they will go to the mid-session interval. 7-6, Dave Gilbert leads. Oh, just about. Wiped its feet, but good pot from Mark Davis. He's on the black. He really has battled well in this match. A lot of pressure on him. Needs to win this match to stay on the tour. If he loses, he has to go back to Q School.
40.
If he wins, he's guaranteed at least 2 more years on the tour. Anybody qualifies for the Crucible gets a 2-year tour card. So lots of pressure, lots of incentive. Being a professional since 1991. Wow. Has he overscrewed it?
22.
He has. That body language will tell a story or two. It's fascinating. Rob Walker joins us after his little dinner. How was it, Rob? Was it okay?
Very good, thanks, Ken. Good. Dinner of champions, chicken wrap, chips, and long stem broccoli to get us get the iron on board ahead of what could be a very, very long evening.
Well, we certainly hope it's not going to be too long. I think all the games are going at good pace. I mean, this is the closest at the moment, 6-all, and I'm just saying, what a tussle they've had all day.
Oh, I mean, this has been absolutely brutal. Mark Davis has been constantly dragging himself back into contention, and it felt like a big frame at the end of the afternoon, didn't it, for him to get himself back to within 1, and you know, food for thought for Joe Perry for that hour and a half or whatever it was that they had off between the 2 sessions. Suddenly, Davis is back within 1, and he's got this massive added motivation of trying to save his status on tour.
I know, extra pressure as well, but he's doing a great job. Let's just go over to table 6 once again, because it may be coming to a very
well, it might be a victory for Jimmy Robertson. He's back in at the table. I think there's still a little bit of life in that last frame there with Joe Perry and Mark Davis. 9-2, 41 the difference. He's on the red. And this is a wonderful performance from Jimmy Robertson, isn't it?
Brilliant, because Anthony Hamilton was without doubt a potential banana skin. Jimmy bidding for his 5th appearance at the Crucible. 12 years after his first, he was thrashed by Mark Selby in 2011, 10-1. He's never won a match at the Crucible. At 10-6, losing to Fu in 15. 10-8, losing to Allen in 17, and lost to Mark Williams. Willow was en route to, well, we didn't know it at the time, but Mark Williams was en route to his 3rd title. And he beat Jimmy 10-5 in the first round in 2018. So Jimmy would be making his first appearance back at the Crucible in 5 years, same as Ryan Day. And this was tight early on, wasn't it? Really tight.
You know, when he won that frame before the mid-session interval where he needed a snooker on the blue, it just changed the whole complexity of this match.
I agree.
Yeah. They went to the interval. They came out full of confidence. It sort of, Anthony Hamilton went into his shell slightly. And he's played so well, Jimmy Robertson.
Yeah, that 4th frame was a game changer. Those moments. It took him a long time to get that snooker on the blue, but he got it.
Yeah. And part of the wonderful blue, pink, and black to follow.
Yeah, Zhou Yulong just about over the line, but I mean he's on a huge mountain to climb. Elliot Slessor's played arguably one of the best double sessions of snooker of his career, to be within one of an absolute hammering of one of this season's ranking event finalists, Zhou Yulong. So the Chinese player has just about woken up, but it may well be too little too late. Nonetheless, showing some spirit there.
Yeah, this red in the middle, Rob, and nicely on the black, and it's curtains for Anthony Hamilton. And what a wonderful victory for Jimmy Robertson, and how well he's played.
I know there's a few guys have come up from Hailsham Snooker Club to watch Jimmy. Proud fans of the Sussex Cumin, the Hailsham Club.
Yes,
you and I know it well.
I played it, yeah. Nice lads down there. Our good old friend, Rob. Ooh. Well, that would have definitely secured victory and a place at the Crucible. He's going to have to sweat it for a little while longer. Anthony Hamilton needs a snooker. Yeah, wonderful part of the world down there, isn't it, Hailsham?
Brilliant.
Love their snooker.
Yeah, they've laid on some wonderful nights. You've had a good time down there, so has Steve Davis. I think Jimmy's done an exhibition. In fact, I helped Jimmy
Stephen
doing an exhibition
there.
Yep. So hello to all the Hailsham boys, and we remember Rob. We remember Robin so fondly.
What a wonderful man. A lover of snooker. I always loved coming up to the Crucible and up to the Mercure. He'd bring his guitar with him and he'd get the old sing-song going in the bar. And that was sort of, that was part of sort of, you know, the tradition of the Crucible and you had a tournament every year, wasn't it, in Sheffield? You know, it was.
And that's what, you know, you see the same, hopefully, touch wood, you see the same faces every year.
Yeah.
And it becomes part of the furniture. And in fact, seeing the Hailsham guys, and the first year I did the emceeing in 2008, Robin and the rest of the guys there got chatting to my wife. We were just boyfriend and girlfriend at that time, and then 4 years later through snooker, Robin was playing the guitar en route from the church to the reception at our wedding. Wow! So
there you go.
Yeah, great connections to the Sussex players. Now then, Hang Jung-Soo he's done well since they've resumed at 5 o'clock, because that was very, very tight between them at 4 apiece. So 3 unanswered frames. This has been class.
Yeah, as you see, had a great opportunity in that last frame. Missed a, well, I wouldn't say an easy blue, but a blue you'd expect him to get into the green pocket. Missed it, left it in the jaws, and that was a frame over. Instead of 6-5, 7-4.
David Grace, 8-5 up, 2 away from a second appearance at the Crucible.
Hussein Vafaei 8-5 up on Jackson Page. Dave Gilbert and Matthew Stevens. That, I wonder, Ken, whether that is going to go all the way. Dave Gilbert's had the advantage, 5-2 up at one stage, 4-1 up at one stage, but Stevens is still on his coattails.
Yeah. Now let's have a look back at table 6. Anthony Hamilton playing for a snooker. Needs red and black. Oh, he's missed the red into the middle. Has he left the red into the opposite middle? I think he has. So red for Jimmy Robertson for a place in the Crucible once again.
Oh, he's there. Jimmy Robertson is back. Anthony Hamilton has made his last contribution to this match. Jimmy Robertson is in the draw tomorrow for 25-9. And in the end, this has been a superb, comprehensive performance against a potentially very, very awkward opponent. He'll be over the moon with this victory.
Yeah, and so he should be. Wonderful victory. Handshake comes from Anthony Hamilton. 10-2, very comprehensive for Jimmy Robertson. He'll be in the draw tomorrow, 8:30. Rob will be doing it live on BBC Radio 5 Live. Now here's Pang back at the table, back in prime position on the black, trying to look to extend the lead to 8-4. Can he get a good split? He'll be happy with that. Excellent shot. Okay, right, after we see this shot from Pang, Rob Walker is back in the studio with Jimmy Robertson, who's just qualified for the Crucible, and of course that draw tomorrow at 8:30. Let's hear his thoughts.
Jimmy Robertson, many, many congratulations. You are in tomorrow morning's draw for the Crucible. And in the end, what a comprehensive victory over a potentially truly awkward, experienced opponent.
Yeah, look, you know what you're getting with Anthony. He's a solid match player. And when he gets it going as well, he can score really heavy. So to come out of that first sort of session, 6-2, I was over the moon with that. And yeah, it was tough because there's so much safety and long frames, little bits of scrappiness, but I dug in. And yeah, it was okay in the end.
And Ken and I and Dave have really enjoyed watching your match. Of course, we're flitting around from table to table, but luckily we were watching the end of the fourth, and I thought that was a really, really big moment. You had to chase a snooker on the blue, you got it, and all of a sudden you go into that first little break 3-1 up instead of having been pegged back to 2-all. Seemed like a big moment at the time.
Yeah, it was massive. I don't know how he felt at the interval, but obviously it gave me the kick. Just had a little chat at the break, and I was pretty confident after that. Like, it's massive frame to win them sort of frame, leading a snooker, especially with someone with his knowledge as well. So, and then the last 3 balls were like all tricky. Blew down a cushion, a tough pink in the middle, and then a cutback black. So, and I was delighted to go in 3-1, and then sort of I played really good safety. It created a lot of chances. Scored okay. The second patch of that match then was just sort of holding on to the lead a little bit. It was a bit scrappy.
But, it takes real guts to come through Judgment Day. And I remember we were talking in the press room as we were having our dinner a little while ago, remembering when you came here requiring your first round win a couple of years ago. And you came from behind and you were almost in tears afterwards, and that saved your place on tour. So you've started to get a real habit of coming through Judgment Day. This isn't easy, is it? You need real nerve to make it into the draw from the English Institute of Sport. You
do, yeah. It's brutal. A lot of people don't, apart from snooker players, they don't understand what it's like playing here. So some people, look, I prefer the best of 19s, put it that way, rather than the best of 11s. 2 years ago, yeah, I needed to win that game to stay on the tour. It was a horrible feeling going through that, but I come through that. It sort of made me stronger last season. This season hasn't been so great, but hopefully I finish well.
Well, and many people say an average season can finish as a great season, but in order for that to happen, you've got to finish a season at the Crucible, and you've now given yourself a chance. You're back there for the 5th time, and you're a different player to the guy who turned up for his debut in 11 and lost 10-1 to Mark Selby. You're a class act now. You can go into whoever you play, whatever day it is you play your first round match. You've got nothing to lose now, have you? It's all a bonus.
Yeah, it is. It is a bonus. Obviously, look, we all want to qualify. Like you say, I've been there 4 times before, so it's not like my first appearance. So I'm going there trying to win, not just to turn up and get pumped and back on the M1. So I want to go there, yeah, try and get my first win there. Look, it's such a buzz playing there. I've played there obviously 4 times, not 1 yet, but I've enjoyed every single time, apart from, like you say, the first time when I lost 10-1. But you know, it's a brilliant place to play, and really looking forward to it.
And this has been a great evening, a great start to the evening for Sussex snooker players. Your mate Mark Davis, the battler from Hastings, dragged himself back to 5-4. And I think when I came out from the commentary box to come and join you, he'd just gone ahead in the 13th, back to 6 apiece against Joe Perry. So you've done the first instalment. Yeah. Maybe he can do the second. And I'm not sure you realise this, but some of the Hailsham Snooker Club boys have come up to support you. I know Martin and some of the other guys are here. So there's a lot of support for you from back home, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Look, come the World Championships, we always get quite a bit of support, a lot of messages and phone calls. It's a massive thing, the World Championships. It's the pinnacle of the season. But look, I like Joe as well, but obviously rooting for Mark. He needs to win to stay on the tour, so it's massive for him, obviously. And if he was to fall off the tour, who knows whether he'd carry on or Q school or what. But obviously, having him down the club every day with me as a practice partner is massive for me. So, look, we'll see what happens, but hopefully he can come through.
And it's a long, long way back home. Are you driving home, or are you going to wait to see what happens in the draw? Because, of course, there's the potential that you could be on in Sheffield at 10 o'clock on Saturday morning. What's your plan for the next sort of 24 hours?
Now that it's finished early, I'm going to shoot home. I've got to shoot home. And just pray I don't get on Saturday, otherwise it'll be a bad mistake. But 1 in 4 chance, isn't there? So I think 4 C's play on Saturday, so 25% chance.
Well, listen, Jimmy, you've got that twinkle in your eye. That was an excellent victory over such an experienced opponent. You're through to the big one for the 5th time. Let's see who you draw at 25-9 tomorrow morning. Many congratulations. That's a cracking win. Nice one. Jimmy Robertson, the pride of Sussex, he is in the draw and he will be playing in the first round. Let's get back to the action. Who's going to be next to be interviewed in this chair and be in the draw for tomorrow morning? Judgment Day Part 2 is unfolding with great drama.
Yeah, it certainly is, Rob, and congratulations to Jimmy Robertson. Excellent performance today against a great campaigner in Anthony Hamilton. Now, you were talking about the Sussex connection. Mark Davis, practice partner of Jimmy Robertson. He's having a battle royale with his good friend Joe Perry. Was 5-4 down coming into this session. 6-all, last frame before the mid-session interval. Nice opening red. Now, can he pot this yellow and get up for well, possible red left of the black or the one just closest to the pink? Oh, he's got to avoid the middle pocket. Oh. That middle pocket is always there. It never goes away, you know. Let's go to table 2. Hussein Vafaei, Jackson Page. 8-5. Jackson Page was on a break at 35, broke down, had to play safe. Hussein back in. Chance. Real good chance as well. He's been scoring so well. I mean, both players have been scoring very, very freely in this match. And played, we keep saying it, has played at a very fast pace. It has been. It's been very refreshing. 18, 19 seconds. Average shot time for Jackson Page. 20-21 for his opponent, Hussein. It's a really good chance here, Rob. The balls are nicely open, and it wouldn't surprise me if Hussein could go on and win the frame from here. Bit of work to do, but certainly all there for him.
Been a really good match this, Ken, hasn't it? It's been played very quickly. Big breaks, good visits, real class from both men who made their debuts last year. We were looking forward to this one, and it hasn't disappointed.
No, not at all. And I must say, a nice few words there with Jimmy Robertson. He's such a nice lad. His 4th appearance now at the Crucible.
It'll be his 5th.
5th appearance, yeah. He hasn't won a match yet.
No.
And, well, to be honest, if I were him, I might wait for the draw tomorrow.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, because it's a long journey back to Sussex.
Yeah. And as he said, he's got a 1 in 4 chance of actually playing on Saturday morning. Well, no, wouldn't be 1 in 4 chance, would it? No.
Well, I suppose
no, be only playing 1 or 2 seeds, so it's actually a 1 in 8 chance.
Okay.
Yeah, because only 2 of the seeds played, aren't they, on the Saturday morning? So his odds are in his favour. Definitely not. It's 12.5% chance that he's on on Saturday morning, so it's not too bad. But if he was pulled out Saturday morning, I don't think a drive back to Sussex tonight would be any benefit to him whatsoever. I'd stay here and at least wait.
Maybe he's a bit concerned. I mean, I don't think he is a massive party, but maybe he's a bit concerned if he stayed, he might have 1 or 2 glasses of lemonade and end up in that brilliant Irish bar that you and I have frequented.
Oh, yes, the old grapes. Oh, what a plant.
How good was that?
Very risky, but he's going to take the blue one. I'm sure he'll take the blue one into the yellow pocket. Big shot, this. Oh, but he's playing so confidently, you know. Knocking everything into the middle of the pocket. Jackson Page did have his chance early on in this frame. Just ran out of position. 1 point behind. This will put him 5 in front. Now, that just depends on that red. That's just down by the black. Is it potable into the left corner pocket?
40.
We'll soon find out after this next shot. Yeah, he's coming down to have a look at that red. If he gets high enough on it, does a pot? Or does he have to try and split the two? Oh, short to the cue ball. Could play the green. The blue, if it's straight enough. Green would be a natural angle off the ball cushion, comes straight up in a line down the right hand side of the table. No, blue it is. Dave Gilbert matches Stevens. They're back on the table. Dave Gilbert has missed a straightforward red into the corner pocket. Might come to that very shortly. Let's see. Can Hussein win the frame from this visit? Dave Hendon joins us back in the commentary box.
Massive moment, isn't it, in this match? You can get to 9-5, you really fancy him to win.
Yeah. I don't think he's taking it on, though. He's going to play the snooker. And that's pretty clever. Good shot, that.
Yeah, he didn't want to push the boat out and just offer up a chance because there was nothing safe. You know, if he'd have left the red, then Jackson Page 8-6. But as it is, he's snookered. can tell you has hit the red out the snooker. Anyway, we're now just going to jump into table 8 just to update you on this one. Andrew Higginson snookered here, 8-5 down. Look at the reds. Yeah. Won't be going back, I wouldn't have thought. David Grace has been positive all day and has got the rewards for that. It was 6-3 when they came back, so they halved the first session, mini session.
Well, I wonder, will he try and knock the black towards the left corner pocket, or will he just drop behind it? Maybe just drop behind it. Well, now he's going to try and knock. He tried to promote it towards that left corner, but it's actually not too bad. He's got it into the right corner, and he can play it at a slow pace. If he misses it, he'll leave the black in the corner pocket, and he won't be leaving the red into the corner. That's no good.
No, and that could be a long frame now with the black over the pocket. So let's get back to table 2, because that red is still... You feel the key ball between Vafaei and Page here.
Oh, this is a nice little kiss off the brown. He's got a snooker behind the black, and he's got the cue ball tight to this top cushion. What a nice bit of luck he's got there.
Yeah, and what a time to get it as well, when you're looking to go 9-5 in the final qualifying round of the World Championship. Well, it's a good hit, and he's not left it. He's pushed the green safe-ish, which might complicate things down the line. Well, not safe-ish, safe. So just to reiterate, of course, we've had Jimmy Robertson already through tonight, 10-2 over Anthony Hamilton. Elliot Slesser on the brink at 9-3. Again, show you long there and just underway in the early stages of frame 13. 8-4 Pang Zhengzhu over Zhu Se. And as we know, 8-5 David Grace over Andrew Higginson. 7-6 Dave Gilbert over Matthew Stevens. 6-all Mark Davis and Joe Perry. That's the candidate right now for the last one off, I think. Played a good shot here. He's getting Page in a lot of trouble. Another snooker. It's been a match of breaks and free-flowing snooker, but tactical side, of course, so important. Hussein Vafaei controlling things well here. And Page has hit the black. Well, yes, it's a free ball, but obviously he's not on one. So either surely puts it back or puts him in from there. Well, he's had a long think about it, and he's asked Jackson Page to play it from here. And now, of course, Page pushed the green safe, but with the 7-point foul, Vafaei now may not need that green. So it has made a difference, that 7 points. He's 18 in front. As he flukes it. Oh, scenes. Absolute scenes. He's been on the back foot in this frame. Snookered and in trouble. But put in after he failed to escape the first snooker. He's fluked the red out the second one.
It's amazing what can happen, isn't it? Yeah. What's he going to try and do here? Bring the black into play. Black or green. He's got to get one of them out because... Oh, hold on.
It's not a great shot, you know. Not a great shot at all. I would have preferred to have the green out there because it's an easier shot to get it over towards the pink. Now he's left an easy shot, maybe for Hussein to try and hide the cue ball right behind the brown. Yeah, poor shot from Jackson Page. That could cost him big time. He didn't really put much thought into that. I'm sure his good friend Mark Williams, if he was watching, he'd be absolutely screaming at the TV there, saying, what were you doing? Now he's under pressure. He needs a bit of luck here. He's got it. He'll settle for that. Big target, though, up behind the brown. Wow. What was he doing there? Why hit it so hard? As the great Willie Thorne used to say, answers on a postcard, David. Answers on a postcard. Oh, this is lovely. If he travels with the cue ball, this could be, well, almost. Great attempt. We're just going to leave this table for now because we're going to go to table 4. This is the Battle of the Veterans. Mark Davis and Joe Perry, 6 each. Mark Davis at the table here, leading by 8 points with 2 reds on. Looking to edge in front. It's been a real seesaw affair, this. Mark Davis battling to stay on the tour. He needs to win the match and qualify. Great chance, you've got to say, to take the lead here. And remember, he was 5-2 down, so this is a real spirited recovery from the Hastings man. His good friend and practice partner, Jimmy Robertson, of course, is qualified tonight.
Yeah.
22.
They'll be saying the only way is Sussex, won't they? If he qualifies. Well, practice partners, as you say. But yeah, very impressive performance, Mark Davis. I mean, with so much riding on this match for himself, you know, for that 2-year card, stay on the tour, playing his friend, pressure getting to the Crucible. He's played really well. It looks like for all money, he's going to be 7-6 up. So that's 3 of the first 4 frames for Mark Davis.
26.
Well, cool heads are needed, and of course he's got all the experience in the world. He's qualified a record number of times. 11 times he's won in this round, the final qualifying round. So he's got the pedigree, but of course this is a huge, huge match for him. So he's won that frame, and it's going to be 7-6 to Mark Davis against Joe Perry. Plenty of mileage left in that one yet, though. So table 2, well, listen, look at this now. Hussein Vafaei had Jackson Page in all sorts of trouble, but now look where he is on the green. They're just trying to get the white back in the right place. Leo Scully and the referee. He just played one escape and actually hit the pink. So maybe it needs a slight adjustment. Big frame, isn't it? 9.5 or 8.6.
Maybe a little bit, not too much.
And there were a good old discussion about where it all was.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I'm happy, Hussein Vafaei says. Well, let's see how happy he is after this shot. Not so much. And, well, 3 balls moved there. The green, the pink and the black. Back we go. Leo.
Yeah, good luck with this, Leo. Oh, wow. It's going to need a bit of help here from both players.
Well, it's an example. I mean, the black was not the ball he would be monitoring, obviously. He's looking at the pink and green quite rightly, so he wouldn't be expected to know exactly where it was.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing, though, David, how things can change very, very quickly, you know? He was in all sorts of trouble himself, Jackson Page. He got out of the snooker, got it safe. And then Hussein, you know, we played that shot, very loose shot, like the cue ball into the yellow pocket when he's playing just safe off the green, just hit it so hard.
Well, that's
or the yellow, of course. It was the yellow, wasn't it? Yeah, now that's a little bit better.
That's where the tide turned that in off, definitely.
Yeah.
Hello to David Burney in Canada, in Vancouver, who's over at the Crucible last year, doing a lot of good work for snooker in North America. Of course, Canada once had many, many professionals, and still a lot of interest in that part of the world. Well, it's not exactly spot on, but they don't actually have the freeze frame to look at anyway. This is another attempt from Vafaei, who's lost control of this frame. It's pink again. Well, not even pink, but he's not hit it anyway.
Yeah. I'll tell you, this will be going back until, as we say in Ireland, till the cows come home. Because unless he hits this green, it's very difficult to hit. It's almost, you see, the natural angle isn't there. So what he's got to do is try and straighten up the angle of the cue ball with a little bit of bottom. Oh, great shot. Yeah, he had to hit it off the side cushion, straighten up the cue ball a little bit. So he had to hit it bottom of the cue ball, and he's judged it perfectly. Great shot. That's one of the things about the misrule. You never want to see a frame decided where the ball keeps going back, and then eventually the guy needs snookers himself.
Just to say, Zhou Yulong has won frame 13, or is about to, so 9-4 to Elliot Slesser. Still obviously a great lead.
Now the target here would be cue ball behind the black green, back up into the balk area. Just past the middle pocket. I don't think this green is cuttable.
What a battle. It's like a sort of war within a war, this frame. Jackson Page may wonder how he's still in it. Well, he's had a result there, my word. To not leave the green on. Yeah, he got close to. Well, we've been a tough snooker. Oh dear. Well, again, the greens are unsafe, but there's a bit of a comedy of errors suddenly this frame, isn't it? Obviously, nerves playing a part, which you can understand. Nice to see a good audience in as well. It makes a difference for the players. Now then, look at this on table one. How do you like this? Not the most aesthetically pleasing frame you've ever seen. But it makes a difference. If there's not much in it in terms of points, then the sort of stalemate can be agreed to quickly. And it was there. Re-rack was coming, and they start again. 7-6 to Gilbert. sure Jackson Page, practicing with Mark Williams, will have seen plenty of the sort of the other side of the game, the tactical side. Mark is just a great player all round. It's sort of a battle of wits and patience, this, isn't it? And strategy. This could go right behind the blue with a bit of pace. Well, just to say, Ken, I know you're going to be leaving us shortly, but you're looking forward to the Crucible again.
Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, I mean, it's just such a wonderful buzz for the 17 days. Absolutely love it. From the Saturday morning, 10 o'clock start, right till the end, bank holiday Monday night. And I tell you what, David, you know, I haven't got a clue who's going to win it. I mean, a lot of people saying Ronnie O'Sullivan for his 8. He's not showing a lot of form. Of course, you know, that could change when he gets there. But there's a lot of players who aren't showing a lot of form. Not only Ronnie O'Sullivan going into, and a lot of the top players, a lot of the past champions. So it's wide open. It really is wide open. And don't be surprised if one of these qualifiers has a really good run.
Yeah, anyone who tells you they know what's going to happen is a liar, because nobody does.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ronnie would be dangerous if he gets through the first couple of rounds into the quarterfinals. Yes, but you know, I think a lot of the players going there will feel if they play the game, they have a chance. There could be a few upsets as well in the first round.
Well, this frame has got very edgy. If we can just jump to table 8, we can just show you David Grace, I think, who is about to win a big frame for him to go within 1. Here we go. So David Grace 9-5 with this frame against Andrew Higginson, and he's doing it with breaks as well. This is all one visit, 85.
Yeah, he's played really well. It's going to be tough from Andrew Higginson.
86.
Got to win the 5 last remaining frames in a row. But impressive performance from David Grace for sure.
Yeah, I think from what I've seen in the match, he's not made, you know, these unforced errors. He's not made the straightforward mistakes. He's just taken what's there. He's played nicely. He's looked calm.
94.
He's just got to do all that again for one more frame. So that's definitely 9-5. Now then, Jackson Page has potted the green on table 2. It's been a lengthy frame, quite a nervy, edgy frame, but he's just potted the green, so he's 4 in front on the brown.
Oh, yeah. Can you reach? You can. Got to dig down on the cue ball. Oh, he's got plenty of power in that cue. Have a look at that. He barely touched that cue ball, and he's off hit it well. Boy, good 3 feet at least. Had a look at the score. He's 8 points, so he still needs the ping. The blue will put him 13 ahead with 13 remaining. But does he take the blue on into the yellow pocket, or does he play safe? He's playing safe. The only problem about playing this shot here is he's trying to get the blue down close to the pink. Well, if I had it travelled, it was a good opportunity for Hussein to take the pink off the cushion, bring it in somewhere a bit more open, but could take a chance here. Get that cue ball behind the black, knock the blue up into the bulk area. No, trying to. He's got the snooker. Well, I think it should be straightforward, this off one cushion, if you can just swerve slightly around the black. Oh, sight. Anything is missable, isn't it, at the moment?
It feels like a deciding frame.
Yeah, it does. It has. There's all that sort of ingredients of it, hasn't it? Everything is happening.
So 3 points in it on the blue. A real nerve shredder, this. 9-5 or 8-6 makes such a big difference to the the match overall. Vafaei has doubled the blue. Wow. So he needs the pink. What a shot.
Oh, what a great shot. No, he's just got to play this not too hard. He's just got to trust his action here. He's going to be nervous. He's going to be shaking a little bit, but he's just got to trust it. Just play it positively. Oh, great shot. Well done. Big frame.
Huge frame. Ken, thank you so much for your company.
Yeah, I loved it. And thanks for everybody here involved in it. It's been wonderful these last couple of days, Judgment Day. Really enjoyed it. And good luck to all those guys that are going to be in the draw tomorrow. And thanks for everybody watching as well around the world. Fantastic. See you soon.
Yeah, Ken is departing. And of course, you can hear plenty more from him during the World Championship itself. Now then, table 5, Zhou Yulong trying to put pressure on. All you can do is take it frame by frame at this point. Obviously, Slesser's still a big favourite, but if Zhou Yulong can keep him away from the table, start winning frames, you know, in single visits, then that does just plant the seed. But he's missed the black, and this is the problem. He's potentially only one mistake away from losing the match.
What a way to go 9-5 up there from Hussein Vafaei. Yeah, huge thanks to Ken Doherty. He's put in an epic shift. So you'll be listening to Dave Hendon and myself now for the next few hours, and we'll obviously make sure, as and when we can, nip out for an interview. We will certainly do so. Jimmy Robertson safely through, Ryan Day safely through from this afternoon. What a performance overall it's been from Elliot Slesser. Credit to Zhou Yulong for just about hanging in there and showing us his class with a couple of decent breaks. Slesser will be desperate to get this job finished. Remember, of course, he has made a Crucible debut before, but that was behind closed doors. And he would love to hear a roar from his friends and the Crucible crowd. That's what was missing for him in that opening session against Yan Bingtao 3 years ago. Mark Davis 7-6 up against Joe Perry, the battler from Hastings. Jimmy Robertson talking about how desperate he is for his practice partner to make it to the Crucible, and in so doing, save his place on the tour. It would be a great story. So there's great drama and intrigue happening all across the English Institute of Sport. Oh, how about that? How about that from Elliot Slesser?
Yeah, great red. We're going to just jump onto table 7, though, because Pang Zhengzhu has pulled away. It's 4-4, of course, at the halfway stage with Zhu Se. But as you can see, he's powering ahead here in this match. 8-4. He's about to become 9-4, so that looked like it might be level all the way. But the second session, things have markedly changed. He did nick a couple, actually, this afternoon in the first session. And he's got his best foot forward this evening. And he'll be dangerous if he qualifies, as seems likely now. He's been in a final this season, the WST Classic. He was sort of incrementally improving. He got to a quarter-final, then he got to a semi-final, then he got to a final. So next step is win something, I guess. But everyone, this is the thing about a player like this. All the other players are aware of his progress. They know he's dangerous. When he comes out the draw tomorrow, there might be some people watching who don't know much about him, but the players will know about him. They'll know about his reputation. Of course, he beat Ken Doherty in the last round, 10-6, from 4-0 down.
Yeah, he's really turned it on in the last couple of months, hasn't he? Quarter-finals of the German, semi-finals of the Welsh, and runner-up in the Classic to Mark Selby. He will be dangerous, and it is beginning to look like it's going to be him who completes the famous 5. A quintet of debutantes after all 4 potential first-timers came through tough encounters yesterday. And this black for a classy century to put him within 1 frame of a first walk down the stairs at the Cruce. Yeah, brilliant. Good stuff, and a nice ripple of applause. By the way, I had another message from the midwife. Remember, he or she, you can have male midwives, I don't know, but the midwife sent us a message yesterday talking about having a tea break and wanting one of the patients to hang on a little bit before delivery. The other message comes, one of our patients is close to going into theatre and I need to administer an epidural. Do you think she'll mind if I ask her to hang on until after we've seen the conclusion of Mark Davis against Joe Perry?
You could always ask. Now then, let's go back to this one. Elliot Slessor and Zhou Yulong, because it's still 9-4. Zhou 30 in front. Good black there to get it back on its spot. He's battling away. You've got to retain some hope. It's unlikely, obviously, but it's never impossible until the match is over. Because we've had a reverse at the Crucible. Cliff Thorburn was 9-2 up on Nigel Bond back in 1994. Bond beat him 10-9, so, you know, there is precedent for these big leads being erased. It doesn't happen very often, but it has happened.
Well, and I know it wasn't a win in the end, but I remember a few years ago, Graham Dott being 8-2 down in the first round to Stuart Bingham. Bingham did eventually win the match, but only after Dotty had come all the way back to force a decider. Bingham said it was one of the most nervous frames of his entire career, because he never would have forgiven himself for relinquishing an 8-2 lead at the Crucible.
I think he lost a frame on the 3-miss rule as well, which just to add to the intrigue. But anyway, Zhou Yulong still going here, 38 in front, 45 with this black. Just trying to apply pressure, and as I say, keep Slessor away from the table. Make him think about things in his chair. He'll be thinking positively still because it's a great lead, but the lead is just being eroded slightly.
A little bit of banter coming from someone called Gary on cue. Have you managed to get any tears from the players yet? The pressure's on. Oh, it's overhyped, this urban myth. It's overhyped.
Well, Brendan Moore was nearly in tears yesterday in our studio because, of course, he's doing his last World Final.
Well, we'll certainly give him the big one, the Sheffield legend. I actually thought Ryan Day was a little bit emotional, talking earlier this afternoon about the unfortunate manner of Scott Donaldson having to give him the walkover.
OK, so Zhou Yulong looking to pull it back there, but Vafaei, having doubled the blue in frame 14, potted the pink as well, 9-5, he's now feeling really good, and he's looking really good in the balls here in this next frame. This is a good chance to get this one. That last frame was a bit of an outlier. There wasn't a lot of safety in the match up to then. It's been free-flowing, just as both of these like it. But Vafaei, having won that frame, you can just see the confidence in him here as he attempts to put the match away and, of course, qualify for the Crucible for the second successive year. He lost to Judd Trump on his debut last year, but he's got the experience of playing there now, and that will make him more dangerous. He doesn't fear anybody, Vafaei. He's beaten Mark Selby this season in both the UK Championship and the Masters. And will be very proud to represent Iran again if he can put these away.
Oh, what a double on the blue in the previous frame. It was incredible, wasn't it? And a tricky pink as well.
Yeah, I mean, that double, you know, how many times out of 10 would he pot that? But he did pot it on the only time that mattered. Jackson Page, very entertaining player. We saw him at the Crucible last year, beat the Hawk. Lost to his good pal, Mark Williams. But he needs something to go badly wrong here for Vafaei if he's to return to the table.
David Grace is closing in on a second appearance at the Crucible as well. He's on a break of 34. He leads by 46, 9-5 up on table 8. But let's stay with this and see whether Hussein can indeed finish the job and go back-to-back Crucible appearances.
No, he left himself awkward, the cue ball on the side cushion, so that's his first good chance, and it was a good chance, let's be clear, gone. So as Rob says, David Grace getting closer to being our next man into the Crucible draw. Here he is on table 8. 54 points to the good.
42.
I've been impressed with him today. He's just stayed calm, and as I say, he hasn't made the sort of elementary errors that can cost you. Just played a very, very solid match. You wouldn't maybe know it was the final round of qualifying for the World Championship, but of course he's come through two really tough matches already, 2 10-8s. So he's certainly battle hardened. Beat Sean O'Sullivan, Sam Craigie, which was a great win, both 10-8.
And when he arrived here at the English Institute of Sport, he needed to win his first match to guarantee himself staying on tour. So he arrived here under huge pressure. And if he does finish the job here, and it looks like he will, he'll be absolutely over the moon to make his first appearance at the Crucible in 6 years. Been a long time.
It has. He's been actually off the tour since then, but David Grace, he loves his snooker. He absolutely loves it. He'd be watching if he wasn't playing, but you can't beat playing. And there's the round of applause that tells him he's 70 in front with 67 on. So David Grace has played a very good match. Andrew Higginson, of course, had the extra pressure of needing to win to get his tour card back, having been playing under amateur status. He'll have to go to the Q School now, which will take place a few weeks after the World Championship. But these are moments you can enjoy now as a player, because all the tension lifts, and this is just a little lap of honour. He made a century in the previous frame, and another big break here. Very impressive from the interval, 8-5 to just pull away like this.
Mark Davis is in again on table 4, by the way, leading 7-6 over Joe Perry, and he's on a break of 25. Jackson Page on a break of 28, coming back at Hussein Vafaei's 57. There's enough on for Jackson Page to nick it, and Hussein Vafaei was just a couple of pots away from guaranteeing himself a second successive Crucible. Matches can turn on misses like that red.
Yeah, but too late in this one. He's just trying to make back-to-back centuries to complete victory. He's playing the plant, I think, here. Ah, well, he can't miss now, of course. Great shot, all the same.
Champagne snooker now from the north, from the Yorkshireman.
Yes, and of course he'll have a lot of home support, won't he? Of course, he's a Leeds man, not too far to Sheffield. He'll have plenty of local and indeed vocal support, whoever he plays. And again, like Vafaei, we were mentioning he's played there once before. He understands what the Crucible's all about now to play it, and that should be some sort of advantage going back a second time.
Played okay against Kyron Wilson as well, 10-6. He made a good match of that debut.
82.
Well, he's had 2 close matches, but this has been, on paper, more comfortable, the scoreline more comfortable, but I think he'll be happy with how he's played. It's not just about winning the match, it's actually going to the Crucible feeling you put together a good performance, and I think he has today. Just a question of whether he can finish off with back-to-back centuries. Surely going to.
88.
Brilliant way to finish the match. We coined that nickname, David Amazing Grace, with his run to the last 4 of the UK in 15. As you've indicated, Dave, apart from
93.
making it to the Crucible in 2017, he's had a tough time as far as his snooker's concerned since, but gave us glimpses of
95.
recovering his quality, making it to the semis in Northern Ireland. Was it last season?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's a class act. And wait for the ripple of applause here as the Yorkshireman finishes with a ton.
OK, so century completed, victory completed. We'll hear from David Grace in due course, but another chance for Hussein Vafaei on table 2. Jackson Page was in, he missed the yellow, didn't leave it on, so here we are, 11 points in it. The last frame was incredibly close, and we're back to a battle on the colours, but the difference this time, it could, of course, be end of match. Let's just get the very end of David Grace, give him his due there. The black goes in for the completed clearance. And what a great way to finish. Back-to-back centuries from David Grace. He has qualified 10-5 and played really well. OK, so that's done. That's another one chalked off. We'll hear from David Grace with Rob shortly. But back on table 2, we're back with, it's very like the last frame actually, not much in it, and a battle on the colours. Because that was eventually resolved when Vafaei doubled the blue, not the pink in as well. Just again, just clarifying where all the balls are. It's gone 8-6 Dave Gilbert over Matthew Stevens. Oh, he's gone around the back of it. Incredible. And he's not left it on. That'll be going back. The cue ball will be replaced. Well, a real discussion about the green here. Not actually moved that much. But it's just fractions at this point. Well, he's hit the yellow, that was the main part of that, and he's got it safe as well. Schuster has pulled one back, 9-5 to Pang Junzhu in that match. Still 9-5 to Elliot Slesser against Zhou Yulong. Zhou's in front in the next. 7-6 Mark Davis over Joe Perry. Jackson Page having to escape from another snooker. Now then, as he left the yellow, it is a chance this. Vafaei is 19 in front, so he needs yellow and green to put himself into the Crucible draw. Well, he's not potted the yellow, so Jackson Page gets his chance. So this is a good one. All the colours are in the open to extend this match a couple of times. It looked like he was definitely out. So Jackson Page gets a reprieve. A big one. Needs the 3 remaining colours here, but there's no obvious reason he shouldn't pop them other than just a bit of nerves in the arm. Hussein Vafaei had a few chances, at least 3 in that frame, to get it won. 20. But Jackson Page needs the black, and it's 9-6, and it's not done yet. In it goes, what a steal. And what steal Jackson Page has shown there. 9-6. This match not over yet. Now then, we've of course had victory for David Grace, 10-5 over Andrew Higginson to put himself into the Crucible draw. It'll be his second appearance in the final stages of the World Championship. So let's hear what he's got to say. He's with Rob.
I am sitting next to a very, very proud Yorkshireman, and rightly so. David Amazing Grace back at the Crucible for the first time since 2017. And what a way to do it. Back-to-back centuries at the end of the match.
Yeah, I've not had one all week and then managed to make 2 to get over the line there.
And listen, you arrived here at the English Institute of Sport, needing at least one win to guarantee your place on tour. And you came through 2 really, really hard-fought 10-8s. So did you feel a little more relaxed coming into Judgment Day, knowing that your tour status was secured and that you'd done yourself justice in your first 2 matches?
Yeah, definitely. I think so. Obviously, if you'd have offered me winning my first match, whoever it was against, I think I'd have had to take it because it's everything being in the 64 or going to Q school next month. So, yeah, I finished that game off actually really well against Sean O'Sullivan. Made 2-1 visits, and then yeah.
And did you put in a phenomenal amount of practice in the lead up to coming here, knowing how important it was to get that first win? Have you been hammering the practice sessions?
I always prepare for every tournament, the same really. I build the practice up as it's getting nearer. Obviously, when the World's coming round, everyone wants to play a best of 19s, which is it's nice to do something a bit different than the sharp 7s or 9s. So I've been, here, there and everywhere, donating 5s and 10s. Everybody's been sticking tons up me in practice, but yeah, it must have done me some good.
Well, let me show you some of these great shots that you produced towards the end. Fantastic double. I mean, this is just champagne snooker. You're home and hosed, you're over the line, and you treated us to some great snooker here.
Yeah, everything seems to fall. Once you're over the line, everything just becomes easy. You wish it could be that easy all the time.
And listen, I can't believe it's 8 years since you had that phenomenal run to the semis in York, and you brought a lot of supporters with you there from Leeds, and you've had some time away from the professional ranks, and you've come back in, and you gave us a glimpse that the talent was still there with a run to the semis in Northern Ireland. But in terms of your overall achievements, how close is this to the top of the pile to get back to the Crucible for a second time 6 years after your debut?
It's really special to get to the Crucible. It's right up there. I mean, obviously, a couple of semi-finals, getting to the Crucible last time. It's brilliant.
And do you think you're a better player than you were when you played Kyron in 17? Because you made a good match that, 10-6 if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I was always sort of clinging onto his coattails a little bit, if I remember. I got to within 1 or 2 frames a couple of times, but I never really threatened beating him, I don't think. And 100% I'm a better player now. Worked a lot on my scoring over the last couple of years, and it's still hit and miss. But I mean, I've made 5 or 6 1 visits, to win that game today, and that's what you've got to do if you're going to compete at that level.
And I presume your phone, when you turn it on, when you have a chance and you've finished all the interviews with the written press boys, I presume your phone is going to light up like a Christmas tree, because it's not that far from Leeds to Sheffield, is it? Are the Massive going to make the journey over to the City of Steel?
Yeah, there'll be a few after tickets and stuff. So I'll have to sort obviously everyone that's come this week, and I've had really good support, even just the qualifiers, and few people coming down for the first time, which is nice, and all the usual suspects: my mum and dad, my wife, and mother-in-law, and yeah.
I mean, this is of course there's intense rivalries between great cities like Leeds and Sheffield, but this is a global event, and you are one of Yorkshire's own. This is a great achievement for you and for the county, and this is a big deal for Yorkshire to be the host, and it should always be the host of this great championship. I take my son on holiday every year to Pateley Bridge. I think you knew that. I absolutely love Yorkshire, especially North Yorkshire. This is a very, very special place. So for you to do this in your own county, it must mean even more than it would for a player who comes from elsewhere in Britain.
Yeah, I suppose I'm just lucky really where I've been based, Leeds and Bradford, that the 2 biggest tournaments are basically home tournaments for me, and I've always had really good support. You always give me the Yorkshire angle, so thanks for that. I'll do that again.
Hey, and you're very funny on social media. I don't use social media a great deal, but you can occasionally produce some great songs. Do you remember when somebody pipped you to the highest break prize and you did some rip-off of a Coldplay tune, and it was ingenious. I think you went viral on social media. Can we expect anything between now and your Crucible match along a similar vein?
100% no. One time only deal. And it's Peter Devlin's fault, because he did obviously that amazing rap when Tep Jaya did it, and he said, when are we getting a David Grace rap? And there was no way I was doing a rap. So I thought, what can I do? You know, I don't know if you remember, it was the 147 when he got a treble.
That's right, yes.
So treble, sang Coldplay Trouble.
But it was really, really good. Listen, many, many congratulations. You've waited 6 years for the chance to walk down those stairs in your own county for the second time. I cannot wait to introduce you. Cracking win. Let's see who comes out of the bag for you at 9:25 tomorrow morning. Who's to say? It could be Kyron Wilson again. You never know. Can't wait to introduce you. Well done, David.
Cheers, Rob. Thanks.
Yes, well done to David Grace. Now then, Hussein Vafaei with another chance here on table 2 to get this one. He could have won 10-5, but that frame was stolen from him. Great clearance of the colours by Jackson Page, but Hussein Vafaei looking to just show his own mental toughness here by putting the match away in the next frame. And again, you have to say it's a good chance. Red's nicely spread, black available, pink available. It's been a very swift affair this, albeit the last couple of frames have been a little more tactical. They've come down to the colours, but the average shot times, Jackson Page just over 19 seconds, Vafaei 22.5. In this round, you know, it can slow up a bit, but it's been speedy. Now then, he's just left this a little awkward in terms of queuing over this red. Yeah, he's annoyed. Just made it a little bit more difficult than it should be. Can just get through to the middle of the white, though, so it wasn't too bad, actually. But he's had to play on this, I suppose, missable red, considering the scenario. And it goes. He's looking cool, despite what happened in that last frame.
Well, they both had chances on that yellow, didn't they, in the previous frame? All credit to Jackson Page. Action Jackson reducing the arrears to 9-6. But this, as you say, Dave, is another gilt-edged opportunity with the reds spread the way they are for Hussein Vafaei to close out a very impressive win against a really spirited opponent. This has been a cracking match.
Yeah, Jackson Page is a very entertaining player, very talented player. Beat Mark Williams actually at the WST Classic recently in Leicester. You know, he's getting better all the time, I think, gaining a reputation. But he's looking like he won't be at the Crucible this year. He needs a late twist in the tail here to stand any chance. He's given it his all. But Vafaei has been impressive, considering the way he lost that last frame. You wouldn't have known it the way he's played this one. 54 in front, so a couple of red colours, and it looks like he will have his name in the hat. Another qualifier. We've got after this match another 4 left to be found, and then we'll have our 32 for tomorrow morning's draw.
And by the way, just watching out the corner of my eye, so far so good here for Hussein Vafaei. Matthew Stevens has secured frame ball. So 8-6 is about to become 8-7 on table 1. Nip and tuck all the way. Every time you think David Gilbert's got himself a 2-frame cushion. Remember, he was 4-1 up at one stage. Stevens finds a way back in. He's on a break of 68. The frame is secured. So he's reduced the arrears back down to 1. So table 1 getting very, very tight. But this has been superb from Hussein Vafaei. And there he is. Barring snookers, he's in the draw once more.
Yeah, and what's impressive about this is he only needed 1 chance in this frame. He's won it in a single visit, so forget about the last one. It doesn't matter. He's going to be back at the Crucible, where he will be, I think, a particularly dangerous qualifier. You know, he's another player with gaining a reputation all the time because he already won the shootout. got very close to getting in the top 16. He got to number 17. And it'll be a match for anybody.
He's popular with the crowds as well, Dave, because of, you know, his self-deprecating manner and the way he plays his snooker. The Crucible crowd like him.
They do, and I think you've got to credit him because certainly early in his career, he had so many problems getting visas just to play in tournaments. You know, he could have packed it in, actually. It was such a struggle, but he stuck with it, and he's getting the rewards now. He's turning into a world-class player, all right, and as I say, could be a real live outsider at the Crucible. Looks like he's going to win the match with a century, as David Grace did. Well, they'll be feeling so good. Obviously, to win is the most important thing, but to win like this. So, it's pink for a century in the final frame. Every credit to Hussein Vafaei. Terrific victory. Lost the last frame on the black. Was undeterred. Stepped in with a century. 10-6 the win. And he will play one of the top 16 in round one. And you feel it won't be long until he's one of the top 16 himself, waiting for a qualifier to come through, probably next year.
Well, it was a black ball win in the decider last year to secure his debut. This has been slightly less nerve-wracking, but no less impressive from Hussein Vafaei to go back-to-back Crucible appearances. Fantastic century with which to close out the match. Now, can he clear the table?
He can't, but who cares? 115, terrific break to win it. It was a great match. Free-flowing, attacking, open snooker played by both players. Jackson Page will have to wait until next year for his second appearance at the Crucible. Hussein Vafaei has to wait only a few days. He's beaten Page by 10 frames to 6. Now, what about the veterans battle between Mark Davis and Joe Perry? This is what's happening on table 4, 7-6 to Davis. A very tight frame. Oh, Joe Perry misses the black. There's been a lot of chances. I've been keeping an eye on this one. There's been a lot of chances, and they're both obviously feeling it, because I think as you get older as a player, you never quite know, you know, when your last appearance will be at the Crucible. Joe Perry has played there 16 times, Mark Davis 12. We said earlier, Mark Davis is a bit of a specialist. He's won 11 times in the final qualifying round. That is a record. Apologies if you heard us say that already, but obviously people tuning in all the time. But I think it is significant, that fact. So can he make this clearance for 8-6? Can he control the nerves he must be feeling as he battles to keep his tour card? We will hear shortly from Hussein Vafaei, but we're just going to see what happens here. Davis needing blue and pink, so this is the shot to get on the pink. Well, he's not great on it, to say the least. problem he's got as well is the black is unmissable. If he leaves the pink on, he's done the frame. 7 each. Black over the pocket.
Frame 50. Ready to go.
Let's see. This is for an 8-6 lead. Well, he's left it, I think. It's going to stop. It's cuttable. And as I say, the black, wherever the cue ball finishes here, is basically unmissable for Joe Perry. So, big moment again in a match that just seems destined to be close all day. Joe Perry did lead 5-2. It's turned round to an extent, but it could turn back. Hang on. Oh, wow. What is happening here? What is happening here? Well, if this is a sign of things to come, we're in for a very dramatic night. The black for 7 each. That is incredible what's happened there. 7 all. They're going to have to be prized apart, I think. But we must now hear from Hussein Vafaei. He's qualified for the second time and he's speaking to Rob.
The Prince of Persia will be in the draw tomorrow at 25-9. Hussein, it didn't take a black ball in the decider for you to make your second appearance at the Crucible, unlike last year, but that was such an impressive performance because Jackson Page is a quality opponent and you had to produce some great snooker there for a well-deserved win.
Yeah, Jackson is such a tough opponent. He have a good future, and yeah, he will be disappointed because I wasn't playing well at all. So I wasn't happy with my game. But who cares? When you go into the qualifiers, you want to get that W and get out of that arena and then go to the main stage, which is for me. I'm not going to disrespect the other players, but for me, tournament just to start, you know, and yeah, but at the end of the day, it's just win. So I have to forget how I play, and I don't know. Maybe if I watch it, it wasn't that bad, but I was counting how many easy shots I was missing because of the concentration, and yeah, that's my problem. But hopefully, in the future, I'm gonna improve that.
And what was impressive, you both had chances in what turned out to be the penultimate frame. You know, you both missed on the yellow, and then he got the frame back. But when you got in what turned out to be the last frame, you were able to immediately put that disappointment out of your mind and get the job done.
Yeah. But I was thinking about it, and then I approached the shot very quickly, and then after I hit it, I said, "What's going on? What should I do that?" And this is sometimes you do mistakes like that. I don't know. It wasn't pressure at all, to be honest with you. I'm honest guy. If I had pressure, if I was shaking, I would say I was shaking, but it wasn't pressure. I was struggling a little bit. I was mixing my technique with lots of things, which is better I don't miss about my technique. And yeah, that was lovely shot. And this one, I don't know where the cue ball gonna finish, so that's why I hit it hard as possible. And yeah.
And there were great moments. And listen, do you think now that you know what the cauldron of the Crucible is like, because you've been there once before, and you always said it was one of your great ambitions to make sure you could walk down those stairs for your friends, for your family, for Iran. It was a great moment. Do you think you'll be better equipped going into whoever you play this year because you've already experienced it once?
I don't care. I don't care what I play. Just at the end of the day, it's just play a game of snooker. I'm just going to play my game, and it's my job to just go and play snooker and then try my best to perform well. And yeah, so opponent for me, all respectful. Everyone tough. These days there is no easy draw for anyone. So yeah, I'm happy to get anyone.
And Dave was making a good point as we were watching the back end of the match. You know, this has been a hard journey for you. You know, at times it hasn't been easy for you to get visas. You've had to be patient, and here you are. You will always be able to say you've won a major title. You won the shootout. That was fantastic. And now you're a two-time Crucible veteran. So you've done this the hard way. I hope you're proud of what you've already achieved and what may still be to come.
Yeah, of course. It's better to be there and then not to be there. So if you want to win it, you have to go there every year and try your best. And if you don't go there, that means, I'm so sorry, you have to be honest with yourself. It's going to get tougher and tougher. But as soon as you qualify, it's getting easier and easier because you've been there. And your mind accepted you're going to go there again. So, yeah, it's been a hard journey for me. And it was my life. And I take it. And it was if I'm writing all of them down, but one day even when something come out about me, about my story, it's gonna, I think it's good for the snooker as well, because I have some story to tell. And let's see what's I'm gonna do in the Crucible. Hopefully this week my best come out like Master. I cannot forget Master journey. You were there.
Amazing.
It was amazing playing in front of the almost 3,000 people. It was so nice. I cannot wait to go to the Crucible as well.
And I can't wait to introduce you. It sounds to me like the makings of a great biography. Anyway, let's leave the book writing until later on in your career. Hussein, it will be a privilege to introduce the Prince of Persia for the second time at the Crucible.
I have to say that to the people. Don't forget, buy the ticket. We want all the matches be full, be packed, please. Thank you so much.
Cheers, Hussein. He can't wait to get there. There are one or two tickets left. He's already off. He's got other interviews to do. He's got a TV crew following him. Hussein Vafaei. I think that's a book I'd like to buy, depending on what happens for the rest of his career. Dave, who's next in the hot seat? How close are we getting to finding out the identity of the next player into tomorrow's draw at 25-9?
Well, it looks like Pang Junju is the answer to that. Here he is, just mopping up victory over his compatriot, as you said. This was 4 each, so came off a frame early, and you thought at that point, because there had been some close frames, you thought this is going to be an all-night affair. Well, in fact, he's pulled away very impressively. And he's going to make his debut. He's going to be, of course, the 5th debutant, 4 of whom are young Chinese players. Yeah, it's too far in front for Zhu Si to play on. There's the concession. So Pang Junju, a 23-year-old, has been a ranking finalist this season, and his great season continues. He's going to be into the hat for the Crucible draw. Now then, can Elliot Slessor put himself in the draw, because he's played once before? Here's 9-5 up against Zhou Yilong. And he's got him snookered. Slessor 11 in front. He's got him snookered on the last red. He's not going to reach. Zhou Yilong would have started the favourite for sure with the bookies, but hasn't really produced the goods. And Slessor's been excellent all day. Very calm, measured the way he's played. Of course, he was 7-1 up. He led 9-2 though, so he's lost the last 3. This is wide. Well, this is a pretty miserable situation when you're already down in the match. But he's going to keep going back till he hits it, or until he needs snookers himself. So we've got 3 matches left on. This one, 7 each, Joe Perry and Mark Davis, and 8-7, Dave Gilbert over Matthew Stevens. This looks better. This looks better. Well done. Good hit, because he's not left it on either. So Slessor being made to really work for victory here. Simon Fielding asks us on Twitter, if you had to pick one of the qualifiers for an outside chance of winning the title, doing a Griffiths or a Murphy, who would it be? It's a tall order, I think, to come out the qualifiers and win it. But I have to say, the man who just qualified, Hussein Vafaei, I do feel could get a bit of inspiration behind him at the Crucible. I'm not saying he's going to win it, but could see him getting on a run for sure. But the very fact there's only ever been 2 qualifiers who've won it in 46 years at the Crucible tells you just what a tall order it is. This looks a good shot from Zhou Long. Yeah, well, he was in trouble himself, but now he's got Slessor in a snooker. Should hit this, but it's a question of where it finishes. That's what he's rather anxiously waiting to see. Well, I'll take that. Getting to that stage where, because you know, only got 3 tables left, there's sort of less noise in general, less sort of clacking of balls around in the background, and just tells you that we're very close to knowing our 32 players for the final stages.
Yeah, it's been a superb sort of start to Judgment Day Part 2, hasn't it? Notwithstanding the disappointment of Scott Donaldson having to concede when 4-0 down, but the other matches have been hugely entertaining. Great performances by David Grace. Good win for Hussein Vafaei against the spirited Jackson Page. And so far, it's been a wonderful performance from Elliot Slessor, but all credit to Zhou Yulong for sticking with it. And what a pot that is, by the way. What a pot.
Well, it was at such an acute angle to the middle. It didn't look like it realistically left it on Slessor, but Zhou Yulong's potted it. Bearing in mind he was in a horrible snooker a moment ago.
He's shown real character to dig in here, hasn't he, and not give up. Real character. It's still a commanding position for Elliot Slessor, even if Zhou comes back to 7-6. But at 7-6, 1 or 2 little doubts begin to creep in, and you think, surely he couldn't mount this comeback, could he?
Well, this is the psychology of the long matches. If you're 9-6 up, having been 6 each, you're delighted because you're pulling away. If you're 9-6 up, having led 9-2, then you must be getting edgy because you're just desperate to close it out. He's not there yet, though. There's still work to do here.
Keep your comments coming in on social media. I've had a very interesting question from Warren Pilkington. He's asked me, which of these things do you think will happen first? The first sub-2-hour men's marathon run under normal race conditions, or another snooker player other than O'Sullivan or Hendry getting to 7 world titles? I actually think it's the sub-2, because I think that'll happen in the next 2 to 4 years. And realistically, if you're looking at another snooker player to get to 7 world titles, you'd have to think surely it would be somebody like Mark Selby. So I might give a slightly different answer to this if Selby gets to 5 at the beginning of next month. But I think realistically 2 hours will be broken. Of course, Eliud Kipchoge has run under 2 hours, but he was surrounded by a phalanx of pacemakers, and for a record to count, any pacemakers in a marathon have to start at the beginning of the race, which is why by the time you get to 30k, there's usually only one left. On his record attempt in Vienna, he had pacemakers coming in and out. So, good question, Warren, but I think the 2-hour barrier will go before we see somebody else joining O'Sullivan and Hendry as a 7-time world champion. A lot of people talking about Selby, though, this year, Dave, especially after the victory in the Classic.
He seems to be playing well again. He's won a tournament, and you just know he can last the course there. He's been champion, as you say, 4 times. Very tense frame, this. Slessor just wants one last chance, doesn't he, to get it won. Zhou Yulong, though, is looking to pile on the pain. Looks like he can get through to the yellow, so this is a chance after all.
Big moments in the match, Dave. On table 1, this has been so nervy between these two, hasn't it? And so tense.
Yeah, I mean, this is a proper match, isn't it? Dave Gilbert, Matthew Stevens, you know, 2 terrific players. Gilbert just holding Stevens off. 8-7, possibly going 9-7. We will be back shortly with Slessor, but we're just going to see if Dave can take this frame out and get himself within 1 of another Crucible appearance. Well, the yellow has been potted by Slessor, but the cue ball's gone in. Wow. Sorry, by Zhou Yulong it was. Apologies. Zhou Yulong potted the yellow but went in off. So Elliot Slessor, well, it's one of these little yellows to the middle. I mean, they look easier than they are, I think. But you can see him putting the cue ball right behind the yellow. This is his chance. This is the chance he's been looking for. This was the in-off. Is this Zhou Yulong's last shot in the World Championship this year? .16 in front, yellow, green and brown. Starts with a good pot to the middle. There it is. So Elliot Slessor does get his chance.
And what a performance this has been, Dave. He's worked so hard to give himself a huge platform this afternoon, and he has, it looks as though, he has withstood the comeback of Zhou Yulong. This has been one of the best performances we've seen from Elliot Slessor, working so hard to book a 2nd appearance at the Crucible. I wonder what reaction we'll get when he gets frame ball here.
I think he's shown great attitude all day, and this Brown, as you say, for the match, for a place in the draw tomorrow. He's played a really good match, and barring snookers, he is the winner. 25 in front, so Zhou Yulong needs 2 snookers. He'll play on, I'm sure, but it's a tall order from here. Slessor might just sort of roll the blue towards the pocket because Zhou doesn't want to pot it. He doesn't want to be playing for 2 on the pink and black, because that's asking for miracles, really. Yeah, so that's why he's just rolling it. Obviously, he wants it in, but if it stays over the lip, Zhou has to pot it, and then it's basically mission impossible unless he can keep it out somehow.
Dave Gilbert tantalisingly close to getting to 9. Not quite done just yet. Let's stay with this to see whether Zhou Yulong can somehow conjure a brutal snooker with just pink and black left on the table. Still 7 apiece, Davis and Perry. It's got very, very tense and tight in that one. Davis fighting for his professional career.
Well, this is a good effort, but he's not got there. Pink going towards the pocket. We've seen, I mean, whether you can call them upsets in this round, I don't know, but we've seen some of the players who would be traditionally fancied not coming through. Maguire and Hawkins yesterday. Zhou Yulong was a player I know a lot of people thought could make it. But Elliot Slessor knocks in the pink, and Elliot Slessor has qualified a winner by 10 frames to 5. He's back at the Crucible after 3 years, and this time there will be a crowd. There'll be no protocols, nothing that means it's behind closed doors. He will get the proper Crucible experience.
Brilliant performance there from Elliot Slessor. We'll hear from him shortly. Well, this is Joe Perry trying to mount a comeback in this frame and get himself one back in front. Mark Davis has stuck with Joe Perry with dogged determination. That is why he is the battler from Hastings. It's turned into a real battle royale between the two men who made their Crucible debuts in 1994 and 1999 respectively.
I can't see this suddenly speeding up this match. I think, you know, it's been nip and tuck all day, and you fancy now it's going to remain that way. Perry didn't get on a colour, he's laid the snooker. 23 points behind. So a bit left to go in that frame. The other match on, there's only 2 matches on now. Table 1 is Dave Gilbert and Matthew Stevens. This is a situation here, Gilbert 40 in front. So Stevens does need 2 snookers, but he's got Gilbert in one on the last red. It won't be a free ball. Well, that's the only good news here. Even if he doesn't hit the red, he's not going to leave a free ball. But he wants to hit it, clearly, otherwise Stevens only needs 1 snooker. Looks good. Yep. We will hear in due course from Elliot Slessor. Rob's just gone off to the studio to speak to him. I can tell you that Joe Perry was left a chance on the yellow from out of that snooker, so he's potted it and he's looking to clear up for an 8-7 lead. Stevens felt he had no option but to pop the red as it was over the pocket. Blue, and it's still 2 snookers. It didn't make any difference in terms of the amount of snookers you need to be 34 behind with 27 on. I've had a very nice picture from CMAC in Nova Scotia, Wolfville, Nova Scotia, looking at a lovely skyline there. Thanks for the great coverage of the most exciting snooker of the year. Well, it is terrifically exciting, isn't it? The action going on all around the arena, but of course just 2 tables left, and I can tell you that Joe Perry did nick that frame on the black. He cleared yellow to black. He leads Mark Davies 8-7. Matthew Stevens, though, can he put a bit of pressure on here by getting at least 1 snooker, and then just makes Gilbert think about things? But it'll have to be a good one, isn't it? Yeah, you always fancied Dave to hit that. Gilbert beat Barry Pinches 10-3 in the last round, but the first session he got a bit dragged out for his liking, and it was a bit of a test of temperament, but he did respond well in the second session. He won all frames played. And of course Matthew Stevens had that dramatic win over Deshawat Boomjang, 10-8. It looked for all the world like 9 each. He needed 2 snookers, so he knows he can do it. He needed 2 snookers to stop the match going to a decider. He got them and he made the clearance. Beat Jamie Clark 10-3 in the following round. So this chase for snookers continues, but let's hear now from Elliot Slessor. He's our latest qualifier and he's talking to Rob.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yes, Elliot, many congratulations. I know how disappointed you were that there wasn't a crowd for your debut at the Crucible, but this time you have earned the right to walk down those stairs in front of a packed house. Brilliant.
Yeah, something to look forward to this time. I was devastated the last time, so yeah, just can't wait to play again.
And you played magnificently this afternoon to give yourself a fantastic platform against Zhao. A few people would have put him down as favourite on paper by what he's done this season, got to the final of Northern Ireland, but you played some fabulous snooker to give yourself a great, great chance tonight.
Yeah, we practiced together quite a bit as well. And I've actually, I think I've played him 2 or 3 times on the tour and won every time. So it's always nice to have the winning edge, laying a head-to-head, than obviously going in if you've never beat somebody before. So as I say, I fancied the job this morning, felt good when I woke up and started quickly, and I think that's vital in these sort of matches.
Were you starting to feel a tiny bit edgy as he came back at you this evening?
Not really, because I'd only really missed one bad ball, which was a green, I think, at 9-4. And then he's rammed a good long one in, then he's made 70, then he's made 60 or something. So I was just trying to stay patient and wait for a good chance. He's made 30 at the end there, at the start of the frame. And then obviously it was getting close and I played a couple of good safeties and got him in a good snooker at the end.
And how much of a difference has it made having Peter Ebden in your corner? I mean, that second match against Liam Highfield was brutal, because I think you were maybe 4-1 or maybe even 5-1 up, and he came all the way back to a decider. You showed great composure in that one. Do you think having Peter around has given you a couple of extra %?
Yeah, kind of. I don't think I'm ever going to be blessed with the best temperament. It's just not me personality, not the way I go about life. But I'm trying to rein it in as best I can. And I know I'm not perfect, and I don't claim to be, but I am trying, so that's all I can do.
And I guess looking ahead to the Crucible, you were a long way behind. I commentated on that match against Jan Bingtao. I think you were 7-1 down, but you came back to 9-7. And I think if you'd won the next frame, you probably would have won the match, because he was starting to feel under real pressure. So with your memories of the second half of that match, you know you can prove a big danger for these top seeds, whoever you draw tomorrow morning.
It was similar in today's session. I won the session 7-1 and got pulled off. Ideally, I would have liked to stay out there because I was kind of on a roll in the momentum. I think it's the only tournament in a 19 game where you can lose 8 and 9 frames on the spin. And you never really get that. Even in 11, you don't see many 6-0s. But in the Worlds, you can see people just losing 8 and 9 frames on the spin. It's bizarre. It's a strange tournament.
Right, so bearing in mind you were behind closed doors when you made your Crucible debut, how many tickets are you going to have to get for your friends and family from the Northeast?
Probably quite a few. I haven't turned my phone on yet, so we'll have a look on the way home.
Well, many, many congratulations. A fantastic win over a really classy opponent, and at last you will hear a roar when you walk down the stairs, and it'll be a pleasure to introduce you. Cheers, well done, mate.
Yes, well done to Elliot Slessor. We'll see him next week. Now then, we've got 2 matches left. It's 9-7. That frame was won by Gilbert, so 9-7 to him over Matthew Stevens, 8-7 to Joe Perry over Mark Davis. The last two matches, plenty of people, of course, staying to the end here, as we will be, to see who our two final qualifiers are. Can Matthew Stevens launch a fight back here and book a 19th Crucible appearance? That cue ball has not quite reached, so it's going to go back. Dave Gilbert, 8 appearances, of course, semi-finalist 4 years ago. There's the scene here. There's a lot of people here. They were here early this morning, looking forward to a full day of snooker. I'm sure many will have tickets for the Crucible as well. But of course, this is the World Championship. There's not it doesn't start at the Crucible, as we know. It starts here. This is day 10 of 10. There's been a lot of snooker played. I don't think anyone's counted up the frames, but there's been a hell of a lot. A lot of centuries as well. 132 centuries.
And also, Dave, in these financially strained times, I think they've pitched the tickets at a good price. £10 for an all-day ticket. Now, if you're coming either yesterday or today, you've had tremendous value for a tenner.
Yeah, because you get to see 8 tables, 16 players. It's brilliant. A little smile between the two because it's got a little bit cagey.
Tight between these two in head-to-heads as well. Stevens leads 6-4. UK champion 20 years ago. Hard to believe. Masters champion 23 years ago.
Well, it's a re-rack, so let's, while they set the balls up again, let's go to table 4. Mark Davis trying to fight back again. It's been such a seesaw battle. 8-7 to Perry. He's stolen a couple of close frames on the black. Mark Davis down, but not yet out. Not only in this match, but in terms of his career. If he's got to win it to keep his professional status.
It'll be real mixed feelings for Joe Perry. Of course, his initial rush will be one of elation and relief that he's back at the Crucible as a player. He's going to be there doing some commentary and punditry work as well, but
24.
It'll be a bittersweet moment because he and Mark Davis are good friends. They first played each other 30 years ago professionally, would you believe? And I'm sure as they were coming up through the ranks as youngsters, they would have had many amateur matches, perhaps stretching back 35 or maybe even 40 years. So this is a friendship and a rivalry that's endured for 3 decades, and Joe Perry will take no kind of comfort and no pride in relegating Mark Davis from the tour. However, in a weird kind of way, he has so much respect for his good friend that he'll do nothing but try his very hardest, because he has to be selfish first. He wants to get back to the Crucible. So that's why we've had such an interesting subplot here. Joe bidding for a 17th Crucible, Davis bidding for a 13th. As you've said, Dave, he's got a fantastic record of making it to the Crucible. Not quite so much in terms of carving out the victories when he gets there, but this subplot of Davis fighting for his tour card, as well as a place at the Crucible, makes this one fascinating.
Yeah, and if he's qualified 11 times, then that's in just the final round alone. Forget the early rounds. In the final round alone, 11 best of 19s under intense pressure that he's won. So that holds him in good stead for this match, which may arguably involve the greatest pressure of all of those matches. And he's playing a good frame here so far, 55 points in front. Olivia Martial, who of course refereed the final last year. We must mention the referees. Of course, in the early first 8 days, there were 3 sessions. Long days, but they've all done a great job, as have all the officials here. They get a couple of days, don't they, to gather their thoughts, the ones that will be at the Crucible, and then it all gets underway for them, of course, on Saturday.
Well, and so long is the event that some of them finish today and actually have a week off, miss the first round and come back for the second round. That's certainly the case for Marcel Eckhart. He's coming back for, I think, the quarters, second round and the quarters, or quarters and the semis. But they've got to space out their involvement It's a stamina test for the refs as well as the players. What an effort this is by Mark Davis to keep with his great friend. And what a climax to the match in prospect.
Yeah, red and black should see him home in this frame. 8 each. All to play for. We had, of course, the last match off last night went 9-all on the last black. Noppen Sengham potted it to beat Zhang Anda. Imagine if Mark Davis's whole career comes down to one last ball. I mean, you can't even begin to imagine it.
Oh, that would be ridiculous, ridiculous. By the way, Gilbert's got the first chance in what he hopes will be the final frame, leading 9-7 in this nip and tuck encounter against Matthew Stevens, being played in a wonderful spirit. He's at the table on a break of 24, and this would be a truly hard-fought victory. We'll get to that one, but let's just see Mark Davis getting unequivocally over the line and drawing himself back up to 8 apiece against his great friend Joe Perry.
Great effort. He's lost a couple of black ball frames, but his head is still up. He's still fighting hard, and that black means that Joe Perry needs a snooker. This red will make absolutely sure. So 8 all. We're back with these two later, but let's see if Gilbert can get it won on table 1. Here we go, 33-0 at the table on a break. Drew Ronnie O'Sullivan didn't in the first round last year, but Gilbert, he's tough, and you know, we saw that extraordinary run to the semis, the extraordinary nature of the match with Higgins. Sort of bittersweet memories, I suppose. You know, it was an experience, but ultimately, well, we remember, of course, he was very upset, quite understandably.
And the match was there for the taking, wasn't it? It was a brilliant run. Beat Joe, then Mark Williams, Kyron Wilson. A brilliant run to the single table setup at the Crucible.
Well, he's okay if he's on this red to the middle.
46.
Awkward queuing, though, having said that, and there's sort of that wry smile that you see on snooker players' faces when things have gone slightly wrong. Just left it a little awkward. But in it goes. Mark Davis, by the way, he needs a black for a century, so that really is hitting back hard. He's potted it. That's what the applause is. Every credit to him. 8 each, best of 3.
Big moments these for Dave Gilbert. This has not been an easy season. Quarter-finalist, the Northern Ireland Open. Could finish a difficult campaign in style by reaching the Crucible. And if he does get over the line with this visit, he will have really earned it the hard way. It's been a spirited performance by Matthew Stevens. Perhaps not at the same quality that he produced to win the UK title in 03 and win the Masters 3 years earlier and reach 2 World Championship finals. But Matthew Stevens has shown some great form this week here at the English Institute, beating Detchawet Poomjang, Jamie Clark, his compatriot. This would be a good scout for Dave Gilbert if he can finish the job.
Well, he's finished, I think, touching that red. So that's gone wrong. You can tell by his reaction how wrong it's gone. Maybe not quite touching it, but it'd be very close to it. So not quite there yet. 60 in front, tantalisingly close. Just needed to get on a red, really. No, it's not easy, is it? This world qualifying. Just when you think you've got it sewn up, something happens like that. This is the argument about, I guess, the timing of the qualifiers, whether You know, okay, you're going in match hardened, but maybe you might want a week or two off to actually get over it. That's the balance. You just want to be there, of course. I guess a lot of the guys don't want to play Saturday. They'd rather, you know, come in a little bit later. That's how close he is to it. Well, this red is potable to keep the break going. Oh, great shot. Brilliant. Because he may well have been leaving the clearance on had he missed this, but he hasn't missed it. Quite a narrow angle into that middle pocket, wasn't it? But he got it, so he continues.
Great moment of skill under huge pressure by Dave Gilbert. That was massively impressive.
Well, he didn't get the cannon there, but he still had this red on the left-hand side. It's a couple of pots needed now. He's trying to haul himself over the winning line. In fact, this red and Matthew Stevens will need a snooker. And in it goes. He will be very relieved. It was always a tough match. Matthew Stevens, of course, close to 8-7. But make sure this black, and then surely it's too far back. 3 snookers needed. If the black goes in, Dave Gilbert is going to be at the Crucible again.
Great way to do it, Dave. That red to the middle took a real moment of courage, because Matthew Stevens has produced some good snooker in this match, and you would have fancied him for the counter clearance had he missed it and left the reds open. Superb. Well, he's, you know, sometimes quite hard on himself, Dave Gilbert. Hopefully he'll give himself a pat on the back when we have a chat after the match, and hopefully he'll look forward to his 9th appearance at the Crucible. His season will finish on the biggest stage of all.
Yeah, it's been at times quite difficult for him, as you said, but it's the place. Put it this way, when he first picked up a cue and learnt about snooker and learnt to play snooker, he was in that position everyone's been in, which is your dream of playing at the Crucible. You imagine yourself as world champion, as Ken was describing the feeling of holding up the trophy. And he's got a chance to do that. He's going to be in the draw. And he's won it with a century. Another player who's won with a century. We've seen that happen a couple of times tonight. So we've got 1 match left, and we're going to follow, of course, Perry and Davis in due course, and maybe a bit of mileage in that one. It's 8 each.
Well, you almost couldn't make it up that becomes the last match to finish across 2 judgment days. A best of 3 for a place in the Crucible, a best of 3 to keep a place on tour, or the opponent relegates his great mate. It's got everything, that one. But let's take a moment to savour this brilliant century at the end of a thoroughly absorbing, entertaining match on table 1. We were really looking forward to Dave Gilbert against Matthew Stevens, a former semi-finalist against the 2-time runner-up, and this has not disappointed. Both men have contributed a great deal of skill and determination in this match, and Matthew Stevens deserves great credit for pushing Dave Gilbert so close.
Yeah, he certainly pushed him, but Gilbert's found the answer. He's found the response. He's missed that yellow. It doesn't matter. He's won with a century. Terrific match, actually, between these two. They both gave everything. Matthew Stevens, as ever, very gracious in defeat. But it's Dave Gilbert, our latest qualifier. He's in the draw for the Crucible in the morning. He's beaten Matthew Stevens by 10 frames to 7. So I'm sure this audience are going to move over to table 4 now to catch the last match. 8 each between Joe Perry and Mark Davis. Darkness has fallen here in Sheffield, as you can see. But we're not going anywhere. We've got 1 more match to bring you between the 2 great pals. So here we go, Joe Perry in front in frame 17, 13 points to 0. Building up a lead, but he's left this awkward.
20.
I'd be surprised, to be honest, if this was won by either player with a couple of big breaks. It doesn't have that feel about it. Of course, they're both capable of that. We will shortly hear from Dave Gilbert, and then we'll give our full focus to these two veterans, Joe and Mark. But what a position he's left himself in here. Needs the extended rest just to play this shot, just playing a safety. Well, no, he's taking the pot on him, excuse me. But it was so awkward, that, and that was the risk, of course. Taking that on, if he missed it, he was likely to leave it. So, hey, listen, it's edgy, this, it's nervy, and that's what you get when you're the last on. Very thin on this black, but he's potted it. Davis having to battle like never before really here today. The match is hard enough against Joe Perry to qualify, but to keep his tour card after a proud 32 years. We'll see much more of this, of course, but let's hear now from Dave Gilbert. He's our latest qualifier. He is with Rob.
Yes, we will see more of Dave Gilbert on the biggest stage of all. Dave, many congratulations. We were really looking forward to that match between you and Matthew, both of you with bags of experience and mutual respect. He put you under the cosh at times, but an excellent way to secure your 9th appearance at the Crucible.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good game, even like after the interval when he come back to 7-6, you know, I had nothing to feel bad about. I thought he played great, you know, so... it was never going to be an easy round. We both wanted to win and we both played hard, you know. Feels good to come out on top in a tough game like that.
And it looked like it was being played in a good spirit. Nice bit of banter between you.
Yeah, no, I've got massive respect for Matthew as a player. You know, he's still a brilliant player. I don't really know him that well, but I hear that he hardly ever practices, which is incredible how good he is. You know, if the guy just played an hour, 2 hours a day, you know, I'm sure he'd win tournaments again.
And how much are you looking forward to getting back on the big stage again? Because, you know, it's been an okay season, but you've had better. But all players, no matter what's happened on the previous 6 or 7 months, you can turn an average season into a great season by a big run at the Crucible. And you've gone deep there before.
Yeah, well, I think you're telling poor kids I've had a shocking season. I've played awful for a long time. I had a good week's practice before this because obviously, like you say, it's the Crucible, it's the World Championships, you want to be there. So I've done the first bit. If I can keep composed and focused, that's the first time I've been focused and actually tried hard all the way through for a long time. You know, if I can keep that mindset, then you never know. I've proved I can play well at the Crucible, so I could be a smelly draw for someone.
Well, and it's great that having had an average season by your own high standards, that you were able to switch into work mode and go, right, I've really got to practice now because I'm desperate to get back there. So you could finish the season on a high.
Yeah, look, you win 3-4 matches, 5 matches more. You know, it's not your season easily changes pretty quick. You know, I'd love to just get back to a one table, but I'm not going to get well in front of myself. You know, just I've done my job for this week. That was to win 20 frames. We'll see what tomorrow brings and go from there.
When you made your debut, which I think was 07, I know you said, you know, you were kind of part-time in snooker and very talented, of course. If someone had said to you after that debut, hey, listen, in another sort of 15, 16 years' time, you'll have got here 9 times. Would you have believed them? Did you think it was going to be just a feather in the cap, get to the Crucible once and then get on with other areas of your life?
Yeah, it definitely was. The first time I qualified for the Crucible, it was just a lovely day out. That was me winning the tournament. I think I actually qualified here, as it happens, against Mark King. So that was a big win for itself. And like you say, I was going to Wembley as it was. It was just a day out, I played Hendry that day, that first time, and I think I had a big lead, but I was shocking all the way through. But I was just happy to be there. But, it's different now. If I want to get to the Crucible, play well and win.
Well, listen, I'm really looking forward to introducing you. No doubt the Tamworth Massive will be coming up here.
It's a swaddling coat massive.
Oh, okay, the swaddling coat. Sticking with Faithless Insomnia?
Yeah, but we've been listening to a new tune coming up, so we might treat you to a new one. I don't know yet.
Oh, well,
we'll see.
Okay, is it a dance?
It's a bouncer, mate. Don't worry about that.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no messing about with me. Yeah.
Because that walk on, that Faithless Insomnia, get the rhythmic hand clapping from the crowd. They absolutely love it. The place is pumping.
Yeah. No, we've had some good memories walking out there.
Well, listen, I can't wait to introduce you. Well done, Dave. That was a cracking match. Great win over Matthew. 1 place left in tomorrow's draw at 25-9.
Yeah, it's all on this one. Lovely interview that with Dave Gilbert. But now we go back to the really serious stuff of this match. Joe Perry had that initial chance. Mark Davies still going on a break of 44. 8 all. Mark Davies made a century, remember, in the previous frame. He'd lost a couple of black ball frames, but he's used all his experience. He's not got down on himself. There's still an opportunity here to salvage his career, to keep himself on the tour, and of course a very small matter, or not so small matter, of going to the Crucible as well, where he would be, of course, a 50-something qualifier. I've not had one of those since 2010 when Steve Davis qualified for the last time. No relation.
So of course we were looking on the stats for the Sheriff of Pottingham, Anthony Hamilton, to become the oldest player to appear since Steve made that run to the quarters. So Mark, as a 50-year-old, would take that record.
Yeah, well, Steve was 52 in 2010 when he, of course, beat John Higgins in that tournament. Lost in the quarters to Neil Robertson. This is very impressive, though, because I said about half an hour ago, I don't think there'll be 1 visit frames from here on in. Well, he's just made a century, and so far this is all 1 visit here. 47 the lead with the pink, so he just needs the next red, and he's going to be 9-8 up. This is very impressive from Mark Davies. He's playing with a kind of freedom that you wouldn't think a player would have in this position.
67.
But that's the thing about snooker. It's up to you when you get the chance, when you get the opportunity. What do you do with it? And what Mark Davies is doing, he's taking it. And I was impressed with his interview actually before the match, because we've heard a little bit of kind of too cool for school stuff from certain players, but Mark Davies is very proud to have been a snooker pro for 32 years. And as Ken Doherty said, you're a long time retired. There'll be a time when you're old and grey, you're telling people about when you were a snooker player, what it was like. And these are the days you'll remember, the days you qualified for the Crucible, the day you played at the Crucible. And that's what Mark Davies is trying to do, not just this season, but to extend his career to do it in the future. And he's 1 away from doing that. He leads 9-8.
Not just that, the day you saved your tour status after more than 3 decades. Keep your messages coming. This is it. We're staying with the last frame, or the last 2 frames, Davis and Perry. Hope you've enjoyed Judgment Day. Kenny Jones, it's amazing. People can be very particular about which part of Yorkshire they're from. He's referring to me saying how proud it must be for David Grace representing Yorkshire. He said, hang on a minute. He's from Leeds, which is West Yorkshire. Sheffield's in South Yorkshire. So there's all sorts of rivalries going on. Now, if you've been out and about or you've missed part of Judgment Day Part 2, here are the confirmations so far. Dave Gilbert has just secured a 9th appearance at the Crucible. The former semi-finalist knocked out the two-time runner-up Matthew Stevens. Nip and tuck all the way. Elliot Slesser, a brilliant 10-5 win over Zhou Yulong. He stormed to a 7-1 advantage early on, withstood the comeback by Zhou Yulong, who made the Northern Ireland Open final earlier this season. Slesser back at the Crucible for a second time, but his first with a crowd. Hussein Vafaei won a high-quality match against Jackson Page. They both made their Crucible debuts last year. Remember, Page had beaten Barry Hawkins and then succumbed to Willow, Mark Williams, 13-3. Good effort by Page, but it's Vafaei flying the flag for Iran for a second successive year. Jimmy Robertson, a comprehensive 10-2 win over Anthony Hamilton. He makes it a fabulous 5 appearances at the Crucible, yet to win a match, but he says he'll be a handful for anyone. Ryan Day was 4-0 up, including an unusual highest break of 1-4-6 when Scott Donaldson had to throw in the towel with tremors in his leg. We wish him well for the summer. There was no disgrace in him walking away. We hope he gets the treatment he needs. Pang Jung-Soo was brilliant tonight. He resumed against Siu Se at 4 apiece and raced to a Crucible debut, courtesy of some wonderful play this evening. David Amazing Grace, the proud Yorkshireman, beat Andrew Higginson, the amateur, even though we know he's done great things in snooker before. Runner-up in the Welsh Open back in 07, taking Neil Robertson to a decider. David Grace has made it through, and there are potentially just 2 frames to go. Is it Mark Davis hanging on to his tour card by the narrowest of margin, or does his great friend Joe Perry send him to Q School? Well, if that's to be the case, Joe has got to win 2 on the spin. Mark Davis has given himself a platform and an opportunity for one of the most important victories of his career. Stay with us. Judgment Day Part 2 is reaching its climax.
Yeah, and it's pressure on Perry. I mean, that was a mile away. There's been a lot of chat, understandably, about Mark Davis, but Joe Perry at the age of 48, you know, he doesn't know how many more Crucibles he's got left in him. He wants to be there as much as anybody. I've had a couple of questions on Instagram, actually. It might be a time to just reference them. Charlie asked, what was your favourite ever Crucible match to commentate on? Well, one that we mentioned, actually, that win for Steve Davis over John Higgins was an extraordinary thing. Anyone who's grown up, you know, in the Davis era, watching him, to see him turn back the clock like that. But I would say the World Final in 2018, I think, is the best match I've seen there. Mark Williams beating John Higgins 18-16. 2 players who had already had great careers going toe-to-toe. Just a wonderful occasion. And Brian asked, do you see another movie being made like The Rack Pack? Maybe Tom Cruise as Barry Hearn? Well, if Barry's casting it, that might well be the case, but it seems an unlikely casting. The Rack Pack was a BBC film, wasn't it, about snooker in the 80s?
Well, and they were playing it on silent in the hotel bar last night when we went back for a glass of full-fat milk.
That's absolutely right, yeah.
Now, Simon Fielding's popped a question on, if you had to pick one of the qualifiers for an outside chance of doing a Griffiths or a Murphy, who would it be?
Yeah, well, I actually answered that, Rob, when you were doing an interview, but I said I don't think a qualifier will win it, but I do think Vafaei in particular could actually get on a run there. I think he's dangerous.
Well, as he proved, you know, beating Mark Selby at the UK and the Masters. I think McGill's going to go deep. I know he's got this bogeyman in Sean Murphy, and they seem to be drawing each other almost every tournament, but I think McGill's got a great temperament for the big stage. A question, this is for you, Dave. I'm due to work on the seniors, so it'd be quite interesting for you to clarify this. Mark's down to play in the seniors. If he qualifies tonight, will he have to withdraw? Is there a grey area there?
I don't know for sure. I was under the impression if you're in the top 64, i.e. on the main tour, you couldn't play in the seniors events. But maybe someone can clarify that for us.
Question for, I mean, this might take a while for you to establish this, or you might have an instinctive answer. Matthew Lawson is saying, here is the Crucible cast list from 2022. With Gilbert and Stevens playing each other, just 17 of the 32 who appeared at the Crucible 12 months ago will be back again this year. Is that a record? 17 of the 32 going back-to-back Crucible appearances.
My answer, I have no idea. We've been here for 2 long days. I couldn't tell you. It may well be. Well, the cagey start to proceedings. One of these frames where reds are going down the bulk end, so the safety's being played at the black spot end.
David Burney's asking a question. Which player's got the best looking cufflinks at the World Championship? I've got to say, I've never noticed because I'm too busy trying to make sure I get the intros right when they walk down the stairs.
Well, the safety was being played, but Perry saw an opportunity there to pop that red, come back for the black. So there was safety in mind because the white was coming back to this end of the table. These questions are getting very niche, aren't they? Just how we like them.
Keep them coming. Mark, doesn't say Mark who, just Mark, asking me who I think will be the next first-time winner of the World Championship. Well, I have to say my honest answer to that would have been a player who is not currently eligible to compete. Other than that name...
Well, I'll answer it. Mark Allen will be my choice.
Yep, OK, that's a good one. And would be a really popular winner, actually. You know,
seems like it's his time. He's never done anything, really. He's got to 1 semi-final, but he's having a great season. And surely he's going to get on a run. We'll see. Nothing's guaranteed.
McGill or Kyron Wilson? Great questions. Keep them coming. We are here until the very end. I think you've done C-Mac's
yeah, lovely picture that.
Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
These 2 ageing warriors looking for one further appearance on the big stage. Great value for money for those who have stayed around. Just a reminder, the draw 25 to 9, live on 5 Live. If you are amongst those who've been enjoying, or hopefully enjoying, Judgment Day coverage, like C-Mac from Nova Scotia, apparently you can get 5 Live internationally.
Well, they're going to re-rack. They decided that frame wasn't going to be progressing, so wipe all that from the memory banks. We go again at 9-8. Olivia Martial has got the last match on.
So far, Dave, over the 2 days, what's been the standout qualification in your opinion, or what's really impressed you over the last day and 3 quarters?
Well, I think you have to say that the 3 Chinese players yesterday all booking their debuts. Wu Yize, Fan Zhengyi and Si Jiahui, you know, collectively beating much more experienced players. I mean, obviously Fan beat Maguire. Wu Yize beat the shootout champ Chris Wakelin. Si Jiahui, former Welsh Open champ Jordan Brown. So that was, you know, very impressive. But also Noppen Sengam knocking that black in. You know, I mean, that black on the practice table, he might have missed that. Never mind 9 each in the world qualifying. I thought that was a terrific conclusion to yesterday's play. As we just pop outside again. Hopefully it's not too rainy. We got soaked last night, didn't we, as we left?
Yeah, we really did, actually. And funny, we were expecting, I mean, we could get a couple of howlingly long frames here with the tension, but they don't seem to be playing like that. We were expecting tonight to be a very, very, very late finish. And yet here we are, local time, coming up 20 to 9, and there are just 2 players left vying for one last spot. Can Mark Davis get over the line here? Move to within 1 of a fantastic victory. Bearing in mind he's already beaten Michael Georgiou 10-8, Liu Heo Chan 10-8. He had 7 half-centuries against Georgiou, 5 half-centuries against Heo Chan. And here he is playing a guy he first went toe-to-toe with in the professional ranks 30 years ago, trying to hold on to a 32-year professional sporting career. It's got everything, this one, and it's almost fitting that it's come down to these 2 ageing warriors to pull down the final curtain on Judgment Day.
This frame has been restarted. Can Joe Perry give us a final frame decider to end our coverage?
Right, so whilst we're waiting for this to kick into life, Tom Mayhew, if they made a Hollywood snooker film, who would you want to play you, Hendo?
Why would I be in it? That's the first question.
Well, come on. You've got to answer the question. Very well done, Tom Mayhew. I think the question arose from the fact that we were alluding to the fact that Barry Hearn might choose Tom Cruise to play him in a Hollywood version of the BBC programme. So, go on. Any ideas who you'd want to play you?
Well, I mean, it'd be a tall order for anyone, wouldn't it? Let's be honest. Not really. Maybe Brad Pitt, I suppose. I mean, he might have to sort of get a bit of makeup on just to sort of, you know, make himself more attractive. But yeah,
I would go for one of the comedy actors I really admire. He hasn't done much lately. I would say Jim Carrey, or if you're working purely on looks, tall, dark, thin with a big nose, maybe Adrian Brody. Although I don't think he'd thank me for that kind of loose comparison. So I'd go Jim Carrey or Adrian Brody.
Well, we'll see if they're available. Meantime, this red is available to Joe Perry. This is not a film. There's no script. This is real sporting drama for you this evening. The last match on at the qualifiers. Can Perry just get back into the swing of things? He's looked a bit edgy. Just flicked the brown there, but it's okay. Well, it's okay. He's sighing. Problem is he's got to develop reds, and he's got no real angle on anything to do that. Loud sigh, that wasn't it, from Joe?
Kenny Jones has sent a message saying he recalls that I gave his mum and dad a tour backstage during the Ronnie O'Sullivan Ali Carter final in 2008. What a year that was. Both of them producing 147s en route to that final. I can't remember the tour, but I'm glad they enjoyed it.
So what was your first World Championship, Rob?
It was 08. It was 08. Absolutely incredible. The it was 6 months before I met my wife, so I was young, footloose and fancy free, and the after party was memorable to say the least. Long time ago now.
Hashtag carnage.
Lots of dancing.
Well, this is a rather more sedate affair at the moment, this frame. It's already been rewrapped once.
I'm intrigued to see what this new walk-on music could be of Dave Gilbert's. He likes a dance tune. Really pleased as well that the snooker club's going well in Swadlincote. He did say to me before we went on, I said, oh, the Tamworth Massive coming. He said, oh, mate, it's all from Swadlincote now. They've done a great job with that club. Dave loves his dance music. So looking forward to seeing what he walks out to.
Well, it's a rather cagey start. That's changed things in one shot. He's opened the reds, looking to get a good cue ball, put pressure on Perry here, because at 9-8, Mark Davis might only be looking for one chance. Remember, he's won the last two frames in one visit.
Have you done this one, Dave? Out of context, snooker is asking if you could change one rule, what would it be?
I'm always wary about changing any rules because, you know, once you start messing around, you don't know where it might lead. But I do think there's an argument. Just let Joe play this shot, get the cue ball back to safety. Played it well. I do think there's an argument that 3 miss rule, maybe on the third time, rather than losing the frame, which always seems to me a bit harsh, you could have ball in hand. That might be a way of just taking... I mean, you'd still be in trouble because your opponent could put the white anywhere, but the idea of having a frame taken off you because you've missed 3 times has always seemed a bit draconian. But having said that, I'm not a big fan of messing with the rules, because the rules of snooker basically, with a few tweaks here and there, have not changed for over 100 years, and that means that they work.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be so bold as to try and suggest a change of rules either. Great photographer Colin Pulteney is joining in the debate. He's coming along next week. Glaswegian-based photographer who's been a great addition to all the press rooms around the circuit. He's been at all the ITV events, I think. He's saying Patrick Stewart would do a good Dave Hendon in a film.
Well, I don't know whether I should be flattered or whether Patrick Stewart should be there, but anyway, he's a fine actor, certainly. A little bit older than me, but anyway.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you next week, Colin. Always a pleasure to have you in the press rooms. Now, going back to great performances over the last 2 days, I think McGill's sort of mini recovery from 3-0 down to hammer Cao Yupeng was a great moment. And, as you said, the manner in which Noppon confidently slotted the black into the green pocket to bring our first Judgment Day to a close was absolutely brilliant.
Well, this is an interesting situation because I just mentioned the 3 miss rule. Now, he's missed once. If he misses again, he'll be warned by Olivier Martial. But he has to make contact a 3rd time. Otherwise, it's 9 each.
Surely he's too wily a campaigner to get dragged into that mistake.
Well, he should. I mean, yes. I mean, where the Reds are, he will hit one. But it's obviously what he's not looking not to do with them spread as they are. Is to leave one on. So a slight adjustment needed here. But if he doesn't make contact this time, then the warning will come. And I don't think he has. Joe Perry backs away because he knows what's coming. Olivier Martial, he's going to read him his rights shortly. So, Mark, you've got to hit one. Simple as that. Otherwise, it's 9-all. Now, my idea, he'd be in trouble the other way as well, because if he missed again and it was ball in hand, look where the Reds are. So it's not necessarily, you know, an advantage at all, but it's a bit less stark than just been having the frame awarded to your opponent. There's the warning.
Yep. And if he doesn't call a warning, the frame wouldn't be conceded. And sometimes it is forgotten in the heat of battle. So warning issued. Got to hit something this time.
Don't be surprised if he knocks this in. That's happened before in this situation. Well, he didn't play the pot. He's playing containing safety. Just about avoided the double kiss. So maybe a red cuttable here to right corner. Having said that. Perry, though, has looked a bit edgy, it's got to be said. Davis has come back strongly with some big breaks. Can he knock this in and get going in this 18th frame? Well, if he's on the green, he's all right. But the way he's walking back doesn't look good.
Joe played well against Sanderson Lam, you know, for that victory. He had a break in the 140s, break in the 130s and 6 half centuries, so he was good value for his place in Judgment Day.
Yeah, this is a big shot, though, if he's going to take this blue on. He's slightly hampered with the queuing. He's just seen Mark Davis win 2 frames with 2 big breaks. Does he want to risk give him a chance? He doesn't, I don't think. So he's going to play the hamper on the yellow and wait for another chance.
I think that's a sensible decision, bearing in mind Mark seems to have got his scoring boots on in the last couple of frames. It almost has to go to a decider, doesn't it? The very last match across 2 Judgment Days. Last night couldn't have finished any better with the decider and the fabulous pot on the black from Noppon Siangkamp. This one surely has to go all the way, doesn't it?
So Joe Perry is in, but the pressure's on. It looks a good chance. It is a good chance, but it's about controlling the nerves and, by the same token, controlling the cue ball. Made his debut there 24 years ago, 1999. He beat Steve Davis on the black with a clearance.
I think he still looks back on that as one of his great performances.
Yeah, we won't mention that he fluked the last red, but anyway, he had to stand up to the tension. I think the reason for that, I mean, obviously beating Steve is one thing, but again, he'd grown up dreaming of the Crucible. His friends and his family, his dad Peter's a massive snooker man, all wishing it for him. Suddenly he's there. And the fact that he won on his debut against an absolute legend in Steve Davis, they're not sort of thing you're going to forget easily. And these memories should be cherished, because there are enough disappointments along the way. You're going to lose plenty of matches. You're going to be driving home early from plenty of tournaments. So when the good times come, they're worth cherishing. They're worth thinking about in times like this when you've got to be positive.
32.
I think the Welsh Open win last year was absolutely magic against Judd Trump. I know he got loads of pats on the back at the PTC Grand Final in 15. I saw him in China at the very next tournament. Everyone was coming up to him saying, well done, you've won a big one. But, you know, to win the Welsh in the manner in which he did was absolutely superb. In fact, we've had 3 successive really good stories, winners of the Welsh, haven't we? Jordan Brown beating Ronnie at the Celtic Manor in 21. You had Joe in 22, and then the Milkman beating Murphy just a couple of months ago. 3 successive brilliant stories winning the Welsh Open.
Yeah, so many great stories, so many narratives. That's one of the reasons people love snooker. It is the sport, of course, the fascination with the game, but it's also the people who play it. They've all got a story. We know the one here with Mark Davis, but Joe Perry as well. He will be there as a commentator, won't he, for the BBC, but he wants to be there in a playing capacity as well. He's just left this a little awkward. It's a bit of a stretch for this red. Just trying to keep still on this shot. 50 in front. And it goes. I'll tell you what, Rob, I think we're heading inevitably, really, the distance.
It almost has to be, doesn't it? It almost has to be. Paul MacArthur says, I've been glued to the TV for a couple of days. Thanks for the coverage. Special mention, please, for Leo Scullion. Just turned 65 2 days ago. I didn't know that, actually. And still refereeing at the highest level. One of my favourite moments was introducing Leo, after all his health issues, to oversee the World Championship final. I think his daughter and his wife were in the crowd. Gave him a hug as he came out. One of the nicest guys on the circuit. Love working with Leo. So, yes, a retrospective happy 65th to the Scullion.
Joe, I'm sure, played on the red to right corner, but he potted that one. Yeah, Leo, and all the refs have done a great job, of course. You know, it's they're long hours, to say the least. Anyway, Olivia Martil might be here a little bit longer, because Perry is very close. That's a nice shot. He's very close to taking us the distance. Judgment Day delivering once again, because he's red and a colour away from 9 each, and the whole match, the whole 2 days, the whole qualifiers is going to come down to a decider. And for Mark Davis, it will decide whether or not he continues as a professional without having to go to Q school, if that's something he would do anyway.
Oh, one frame for your whole career. And what emotion for Joe Perry as well. Knowing he could relegate one of his best mates from the tour. Awful situation for both of them.
Yeah, sorry, Rob, I'll tell you what, he's done well here, though, because he was clearly a bit edgy. He'd missed a few, but he's got in. He's been a typically... Well, he's missed that one. So he's not quite there yet. He looks at the scores. 2 snookers needed. So as ever, nothing straightforward. He's going to have to wait a bit longer, but it's highly likely this will be 9-all. Ah, don't you just love it?
It's got to go to a decider, hasn't it?
Well, all I'll say is the other night I was commentating on Matthew Stevens against Deshawat Poomjang, and Poomjang was in the position Perry's in now, 9-8 down, but Matthew Stevens needed 2 snookers and he got them and he won the frame with a clearance. So until the frame is done, the match is not necessarily going to be level, but that red's gone in, so that ends all of that. Joe Perry has taken us the distance.
Wow. There'll be a nod. Fasten your seatbelts, everyone. We are going all the way here at the English Institute of Sport. One last frame to complete the lineup for the big draw tomorrow at 9:25. You couldn't script it, could you? Or could you?
Well, if you did, what would the ending be, I guess? Does Mark Davis clear up, you know, with 70 to salvage things in the last? It doesn't always work like that. But we're counting down to the Crucible, and not long to go now before the final stages get underway. Of course, the draw, just to reiterate, is in the morning. But we're 60 plus hours, a couple of sleeps, what is it, 3 sleeps away from that wonderful morning. Rob will be introducing Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course, at 10 o'clock, and the other 3 players into the arena. And the whole show, the greatest snooker show on earth, gets underway again. And just to say, wherever you are watching in the world, whether you've got tickets to come and watch in Sheffield, whether you're watching in the UK, around the globe, do enjoy it. Because it is, as we all know, just a great 17 days.
Right, Hendo, we've got a little bit of time. This might be one you have to consult the almanac for. Gareth is asking, what's the least number of frames conceded from first round to title?
I think that was Davis, Steve Davis in 1989, because of course he won the final.
18-3 against Parrott.
And he walloped a couple of players along the way as well, so I'm virtually certain it's Steve.
And the other statistic there, back in those days, the same 2 players who contested the final had to come out and do an exhibition immediately after the final.
Yeah.
So John Parrott was asked to change clothes and come back out and play an exhibition against the man who had just thrashed him in the World Championship final.
Yeah, I mean, ridiculous, really. But, you know, I suppose that to give the public some sort of value for money. But, I mean, John's a hilarious, very engaging chap, isn't he? But, I mean, he must have been in absolute bits, having been on the other end of that.
Paul Brandon's asking, do you think Ronnie will go for a match now that the prize money has risen? Yeah, without question. I don't think he'd ever turn down a max at the Crucible. I think he'd have too much respect for the venue and the punters who've paid good money to come and watch.
Here we go then, a little round of applause. Plenty of people still here, and they're going to see one more frame. Will it be Joe Perry or Mark Davis? The 32nd man in the draw for the World Championship. Handshake between 2 great friends. Joe Perry looking to appear at the Crucible for a 17th time, and Mark Davis not only to get back there for a 13th, but to keep himself on tour. Huge frame, this.
Well, of all the matches, this one stood out when you looked down the list of the head-to-heads that were destined to come before we found out the identity of the 16 qualifiers to join the 16 top seeds in the big draw. This was the one. 2 great mates, one fighting to keep his place on tour. It had everything. It's delivered everything, including a final frame decider to bring the curtain down on a thoroughly entertaining, absorbing, dramatic duo of Judgement days here at the English Institute. Couldn't wish for a better ending. But who is going to write the last chapter? I take it you'll be waking up tomorrow morning, Hendo, to listen to the draw. You can stay in bed, tune in on your phone. 25 to 9. Will you be listening?
Of course, yeah, absolutely. Be fascinating to see which of the players we've been watching get the real big hitters. I mean, it's all going to be tough matches, but who's going to play Ronnie on Saturday morning? You know, who's going to come up against Selby, Trump, all these star names, who may well have been tuning in as well, just keeping an eye on, you know, how people are playing and the progress these players have made.
Great stat here from Nicola Dundas saying, final frame shootout. Mark Davis has won 53.8% of deciders in his career. Joe Perry has won 52.6%, but Perry did put out Davis on the black in a decider. And he beat him 10-7 on Judgment Day back in 2018. But this isn't 10-7. This one has gone the full distance. And what a great start by Joe Perry. The semi-finalist in 2008. He was 15 apiece with Ali Carter. Just edged out on a place in the ultimate showdown. Joe has the first chance in this deciding frame.
Well, I think these two players are well liked in general in the game. They both, you know, kept their head down, played, supported the sport. Joe Perry's got a lot of interesting ideas. He's sort of an elder statesman. Obviously, Mark Davis has been around even longer. So I think it's very hard for people to have favourites, but let's just see what transpires here. Perry with the first chance. And they're both professionals. The friendship has to be set aside. Mark Davis was very candid in that interview we saw with him. He knows that Joe's got a job to do.
And in a weird way, Dave, the harder Joe tries, the more respect it shows he's got for Mark as a person and as a player.
Yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely. You've got to just forget about any dynamic that there is and focus on what you're doing.
One of my favourite Mark Davis stories goes back to 2012. I'd forgotten actually until I checked the dates on Q Tracker that it was 11 years ago when he made a run to the semis of the UK, and he'd promised his family, I think they were going to the theatre in London or to a Christmas pantomime, and he'd booked it months in advance, thinking there was absolutely no chance he'd be involved in semi-final Saturday at the Barbican. And I think he did a few interviews having secured his place in the semis, and the theatre or pantomime were contacted, and they gave him free tickets for a date of his choice. So he did eventually get to go, but just such a self-deprecating story. I might as well book it for that last Saturday before Christmas. There's no way I'll be in the UK Champs semi-finals, and he was.
That's a typical sort of snooker player, down-to-earth story, isn't it? That's why these guys are so relatable. Now then, Perry's got one more loose red, and then the big shot in this frame could be the split. Oh, but first of all, Joe, you got to pop the black. So that was the first chance, and it's ended on 19.
Wow, he looks so confident at the table, waiting for the big split to come. Davis with a chance now.
Well, if you can get high on the blue, well, first of all, he's got to pop the red. Oh. Well, this was kind of inevitable, wasn't it? You know, after 18 frames, with everything on the line, clearly the nerves are playing a part. He was looking to get on high on the blue to get into the reds. Perry's tried to get reds open from the red, but he actually just caught the pink in the face. Nothing these two haven't seen before, of course, all the years they've been playing. 63 years combined professional experience between them. Now then, This is a good chance to get them into play. I think he's got one to left middle.
8.
So he's already a few in front here. How many will he be in front by the time he leaves the table is the question. Will it be enough? So he's got
18.
at least 3 more, maybe 4 more possible reds here. It's going to be particularly disappointing for Mark Davis if he exits like this. He had that one chance, he missed the red to left corner. Is that going to be his only chance in this huge frame for him?
Class response by Joe Perry, wasn't it, to Mark Davis producing 2 big single visits to get himself to within 1 of the winning line. Could have been very, very edgy for Joe. He's got himself back into contention and in with a great chance of securing a 17th appearance at the Crucible, 24 years after his first. But it's not over yet.
No, he's in that position where he's not got that much more to do, but still has got to do it. Oh, playing the cannon, and he's missed the black, so Mark Davis gets his chance as a red on to left middle. What a twist in the tail. 46 behind. The chance he's been looking for, the chance he thought he might not get in his seat. The black's gone not in a great spot. So, and the blue's off its spot. He may be able to hold for pink to middle. The main thing is Joe Perry's back in his seat. That's the thing. He does get some sort of chance here.
There was a real confidence to the way Joe Perry was walking around that table. But there is another twist.
Well, he's close to this pink, but he can just sort of jab it in, I think. How are you feeling, though? I mean, it's you know, it's painful in a way to watch, and we're not obviously down there. He's got to be careful of the push shot on Olivier Martil, keeping watch. Clean hit. Pink in. Where's it going then? Where's the pink going? Is it going on the black spot? Okay, it goes on its own spot, but he can still get the cue through here.
7.
My palms are getting sweaty here in the commentary box. Tension emanating all across the English Institute of Sport, as it has been doing for the last 2 days. This is Judgment Day Part 2, coming to a dramatic conclusion. Mark Davis, one visit away from potentially keeping his place on tour. Not enough prize money to jump into the top 64, but there is the new rule, the recent rule change, that if you make it through qualification and to the Crucible, irrespective of how low down you are on the rankings, you have earned yourself another crack on tour. All or nothing now for Davis.
A chance that might not have come, but it's in his hands, and that's the thing. It's up to him now. All the experience he has, can he stay calm? It's impossible to shut out what it means, but he's got to just try and do the simple things properly as he looks to claw back this deficit in the decider.
10-8 against Michael Georgiou, 10-8 against Liu Hao Chan, and it could be 10-9 against Joe Perry. 55 frames of snooker to save his career.
Well, I like that shot. He's got all the reds in play. So it's about nerve now. It's about keeping cool. All these things that are easy to say sat here, and we're not cool actually. We're as involved in this as anybody. He's got to do it down there on the table. Golden chance.
22.
Think of all the players who turned pro in '91 and indeed since, who have dropped off, who've fallen away. Mark Davis proudly has been going on tour for 32 years. He's had highs, he's had lows. Bottom line is he doesn't want it to end yet.
28.
This is one of the most important single visits to a table of his entire career. Thousands upon thousands of hours of practice and match play. And this is it.
35.
Well, he looks calm enough, doesn't he? How he's feeling, we'll maybe find out afterwards if he wins. But he seems to me he's just focusing on the table. That's what, on the balls in front of him, and not the occasion. If he doesn't do it now, he'll wonder how, won't he? This is about as good a chance as you could ask for. He needs up to and including the pink for victory.
43.
To become the oldest qualifier since Steve Davis in 2010, and of course most importantly to stay on the tour. 3 balls to go.
We hope you're enjoying this coverage. What a climax to 2 scintillating days at the English Institute of Sport. Can he do it?
He's just come slightly wrong side of this blue. This pink is going to be a little tougher than he would have liked. So this ball is the one. He's been playing professional snooker for 32 years. This is one of the biggest shots of his life. And he's missed it, or has he? Has he missed it? Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Mark Davis, 55.
Can you believe that?
Hearts in mouths. You have got to feel so sorry for him. It wasn't easy. It was mid-range. There was so much pressure on it, and the drama continues. We're wringing every drop out of Judgment Day Part 2. That was hard to believe. And then you thought he'd fluked it in the other pocket.
It's going to be a black ball finish, isn't it? So here we are. 10 days of qualifying, 2 Judgment Days. And the last match is down to the last ball, and it's going to be Joe Perry with the first crack at the black. And he's potted it, and it's Joe Perry who goes to the Crucible. He's beaten his great friend. He's delighted to qualify. He'll be disappointed for Mark Davis, who had the chance. He had the shot at the pink. He was making the clearance. He didn't pot it. A pat on the shoulder from Joe Perry. He has put himself into the draw, the last of our 16 qualifiers. So we have our 32 players set for the final stages of the World Championship. And what an extraordinary finish. Mark Davis, it looks like, will have to go to the Q School if he is to get his card back.
That was hard to watch and hard to believe. Perry, black ball in the decider, a great pot up into the yellow pocket, a brilliant pot, but for all the world, you thought it was going to be Mark's day.
Well, let's just take you round the matches. Of course, Dave Gilbert beating Matthew Stevens. This is a real high-quality match, 10-7. We saw Hussein Vafaei. This was another really entertaining one against Jackson Page. 10-6 for Vafaei, so he qualifies for a second year running. Some really good snooker played in this match. Table 3 finished abruptly, 4-0 to Ryan Day. Scott Donaldson retired ill. He had recurrence of an issue with tremors, and his legs were not great, and he just was too ill to continue, and that's terrible things happen in the World Championship. So Ryan Day, in the end, it was chalked up 10-0. We've just seen this happen, of course. I thought for a moment he fluked it. It was a great black from Perry, you've got to say, under pressure. Joe Perry at the death with victory. This was the black. Elliot Slesser for the second time at the Crucible, 10-5 winner over Zhou Yulong. And of course he played in the COVID era in 2020 with no audience, but there'll be a crowd there next week. Jimmy Robertson, this match looked like it could be long, but actually 10-2. Pretty comfortable. Pang Zhengyu, 10-5 over Zhu Se, so our 5th debutant. And table 8 was David Grace, 10-5 over Andrew Higginson. I just want to say from myself, thanks for watching the Judgment Day coverage. It's been very dramatic, very enjoyable. We have our 32 players for the Crucible. Just want to say good luck to them all, and may the best man win, as we join Rob in the studio with Joe Perry.
Well, I just want to echo what Dave has said. We hope you've enjoyed Judgment Day Part 1 and Part 2. Joe, we can hardly believe what we've just seen. It was absolutely crazy and a totally bittersweet moment for you, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know what to feel, actually. You know, I was sick when I missed the black off the spot, because I would have been, you know, pleased that I'd sort of won a good decider. But then Mark was clearing up. He's making such a good break, and we all know what was at stake for him. You know, he's been a pro since 1991. There would have been some break under pressure. He'd done all the hard work, just finished fraction wrong side of the blue, missable pink, missed it. And I come to the table and I felt physically sick for him. And it was a horrible feeling, you know, because he's one of my best friends, has been for a long time in snooker. And I genuinely felt sick, and I potted the pink and I potted a great black. But, you know, I should be absolutely delighted. You know, I should be over the moon. I should celebrate when I pot that black. And I don't know, it's weird. I'm chuffed to bits to go to the Crucible, but the way it's happened, if I'd won 10-4, 10-5, I'd be sitting here totally different, you know, delighted, happy. But the way it's happened, I just feel so sick for him.
Well, I mean, we couldn't believe it watching either. I think we're going to get a chance to see it back. I could tell by your body language at the end just how almost disappointed you were. Your shoulders slumped. At this point, we thought perhaps the pink was going to roll down into the other pocket, but yeah, your emotions must have been all over the place.
At the time, I think I'd have been okay with him fluking the pink. You know, don't get me wrong, I really want to go to the Crucible. I'm going to love it. But I think I would have been okay if he'd fluked the pink. It's a real weird... It never bothered me the whole match that he's going to drop off the tour if I win. Never entered my head once until that clearance. And then it sort of like... It must have hit him like a ton of bricks as well, because it hit me. You know, it doesn't matter to me, really. It matters to him, so it must have been awful.
But in a funny kind of way, we were saying in commentary, you have so much respect for each other and you've got so many shared experiences. It almost showed how much you care for him as a friend, that you did try your hardest, because that's, you know, that's what you would both expect of one another, and you would have expected nothing less from him had the boot been on the other foot.
Oh no, it was never going to be anything different. It was always going to be like a battle and a war. We both thoroughly professional, always give our 100% every time we play the game, you know, whether we feel good or bad. It may have had an impact on the way the game went. It was a little bit scrappy. You know, I never felt comfortable all day. Not because of that. I just, every time I started to get into a bit of a rhythm, I'd do something silly and it just knocked me back again, and it'd be like starting all over again, trying to build my confidence. And it was just a battle with myself all day. But I stuck in. You know, I had a little bit of luck at times. He had a little bit of luck at times. And over a best of 19, it's going to happen. You just got to ride the waves, basically. You know, you're going to get lots of good and bad happen out there, and you got to just deal with it and just try and be prepared when you come back to the table. And it probably wasn't pretty, you know, but it is what it is. It was, the first session weren't bad. It was quite good. Mark looked like he'd slipped into gear towards the end. He made a lovely century, and he looked like he was hitting the ball much more positive than me. But it's just snooker, isn't it? It's just you can't really sum it up. There is no way of talking about it, really. It just changes every single time you get your cue out.
And that's why we love watching it. And we were on the edge of our seats in the commentary box, and there are hundreds of thousands of people watching on YouTube and various platforms, just utterly transfixed by the way the match finished. It was an incredible black to finish into the yellow pocket. And I guess, look, you know, we've all got incredible sympathy for Mark Davis. Been such a great pro for such a long time, so close to winning a ranking title, UK semis, been around for a great deal of time, and hopefully, you know, we will see him at some stage back on the tour. Once the kind of shock and the bittersweet feelings of knocking him out subside, you've got a few days now, and you'll be tuning into the draw, no doubt, 25 to 9 tomorrow morning, 5 Live, find out who's going to play who. You know, you will, once the feelings about Mark go away, you're walking down the stairs again at the Crucible. And maybe, I know you had a great win at the Welsh over Judd, arguably the greatest win of your career, even better than winning the PTC in 15, I think. But, you know, this is going to be a great occasion for you coming down those stairs. We know you're going to be there anyway. We're going to be in the commentary box together. But to go back there as a player for the first time in a little while, great work.
Yeah, you know, I'm quite open and candid about my career. You know, it's been very good. You know, I'm far from a journeyman. I've had some great times in snooker. I didn't know if I'd ever go play at the Crucible again. You know, that was my dream when I turned pro. I wasn't deluded like a lot of players. I didn't dream of being world champion, because I know that's like an extra special talent you need. To play at the Crucible was one of my dreams. I've done that a long, long time ago. So it's always been special, and I've always cherished it. You know, I've had some horror shows there in the past, and I've also had some good times. But it's the best place to play snooker. They're the best fans in the world. It's the best occasion, and I just can't wait to get back there.
Yeah, and I can't wait to introduce you and to share some commentary box duties with you as well. Joe, an absolutely bonkers end to a crazy 2 days. I have got to say congratulations, but what a weird feeling for you. See you on the big stage. Right, thank you for your company. Judgment Day Part 1 and Part 2 has come to a close. The sun has come down, but only on qualification. We are just, 60 hours away from the big one, 10 o'clock Saturday morning. You'll have to tune in to 5 Live, 25 to 9 tomorrow morning to find out who is playing who. The big draw will be live. The English Institute of Sport has once again provided a wonderful backdrop of drama, but now all thoughts turn to the big one. The Holy Grail, the cauldron of the Crucible, is calling for Anthony McGill, Matt Selt, Fang Shen Yi. What a comeback against Maguire. Wu Yizha, what a comeback against Chris Wakelin. Si Jia Hu beat Jordan Brown, the Antrim Ferrari, who's been at the Crucible before but won't be there this weekend. Ricky Walden, great win for him. Remember, he made the semis 10 years ago. Jack Jones making his Crucible debut, beating Barry Hawkins. Nopon Siankam on the black, nerves of steel. Ryan Day's got the highest break so far with a 1.46. Jimmy Robertson, a thrashing of a really spirited 51-year-old in Anthony Hamilton in the end, 10-2. David Amazing Grace is back at the Crucible for a second time, a very proud Yorkshireman. His first appearance was 2017. Hussein Vafaei goes back-to-back appearances after making his debut last year. Great win over a very spirited Jackson Page. Elliot Slessor, class performance from Elliot, who was desperate to get back to the Crucible for a second time, having played behind closed doors in 2020. Hang Jung-Soo beat his compatriot, so he makes it 5 debutants at the Crucible. Dave Gilbert beating Matthew Stevens in a real nail-biter, and Joe Perry finishing the professional career of Mark Davis. We promised you drama, we promised you heartache, we promised you glory. The English Institute of Sport has delivered on all 3, and we'll see all of those again at the Crucible. Join me for the draw on 5 Live, 25 to 9 tomorrow morning. But from everybody connected to Judgment Day, thank you for watching. The big one awaits us all. It's 10 o'clock Saturday morning. Be there or be square.